Hello and welcome to Team Hikaru's Candidates Coverage 2026. My name is Fiona and I'm delighted to be joined throughout the tournament by Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer. Jan Ludwig, we were here not too long ago, but now we're back for the main event. How are you doing?
Yeah, I just remembered I forgot to bring chat up on my second monitor. I'm looking forward to this. I think it's such an exciting event occasion, and yeah, I literally can't wait to get started. But I will give a warning to everyone who's here early and are as excited about this as I am. Um, Black pieces against Fabiano Caruana is the most difficult task these players face in this tournament. And for Hikaru to get it in the first round, actually for a third attempt running, these guys also played each other first round in 2022 and 2024, all three times with Hikaru having the black pieces. And the two previous attempts, Hikaru got in, he ended up in trouble. So I'm excited about the occasion, but I'm nervous about the difficulty of the task.
Starting with black against Fabi is always going to be a tough test. If you survive it, though, that is a successful first test. I think today, we're not gonna see a Hikaru who goes all out. That's not gonna happen. This is very much a marathon, not a sprint. Let's remind everyone quickly of the format. So the candidates tournament, it's an 8-player field and they play each other twice. So a so-called double round robin. That means we will see 14 games in total. That is, I think, the longest, elite tournament there is in terms of rounds. All of these players know who knew who they were going to be facing for months, so all of them have put in the work. Everyone arrives at the candidates, pockets full of novelties, having looked into different openings. And Hammer, I think we can assume we were here covering Hikaru's training match against a Wonder Liang just a couple of weeks ago, where Hikaru played this rouser in the classical Sicilian. I think that's not something we're expecting today.
No, I think we're expecting to be surprised. We're expecting the unexpected. And in 2024, Hikaru actually played a dubious sideline in within the Sicilian, or at least it had the reputation of being quite dubious. And then Hikaru used it and got himself an okay position. So a lot of work has been put into the openings, and based on Hikaru's approach 2 years ago, I feel like his main aim is to get Fabi away from the main lines that Fabiano has studied, and try actually to get the fight into a bit of uncharted waters early on.
Absolutely. We'll see if that is indeed the approach and how successful it will be. Great question from Amja in the chat. And hello, everyone. Good to see you here. We look forward to spending plenty of time with you guys over the next 3 weeks or so. And the question was, when does the game start? So the games have actually started in Cyprus already. The games, if they were on time, started 10 minutes ago. There is a 15-minute delay, so we will kick off right around 5 minutes from now.
And there was another chat, Glob, who makes the point, well, this is the toughest task for Hikaru, but the other players have to face Hikaru with the black pieces as well, which may be just as tough as facing Fabiano. In fact, when Hikaru had the white pieces against Caruana in the two previous editions, of the candidates tournament, Hikaru managed to win both of those times. So Hikaru, if he survives this game, then he has the record in his favor that he can get some points off Fabiano with the white pieces.
Hikaru, who I think in general has a fantastic record with the white pieces against Fabiano. I remember another win from the Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man tournament, from which he qualified to the previous candidates.
And I remember the final round of Norway chess when Fabiano was leading the tournament, but Hikaru got him with the white pieces in the final round to win the event, which is why I was kind of hoping that Hikaru would get to have the white pieces in this first game. Because imagine the kind of tone you set for the entire tournament if you manage to beat your biggest rival in the first round. But our sources inform us that Hikaru is quite happy with the black pieces, and that he feels like this is a nice way to kind of get going into the tournament. I know that my countryman Magnus Carlsen also has had a history of kind of easing into tournaments with the black pieces rather than feeling some pressure that you have to win as white.
And of course, that's not to say that, if an opportunity presents itself, of course, Hikaru can grab that with the black pieces as well. Of course, a win with black to start this tournament against none other than Fabiano would be the absolute dream. We're getting closer and closer. We've also heard from the team that Hikaru is feeling good about this tournament. The sun is shining in Cyprus today, where the players are playing. We've been seeing some content on social media over the past couple of days. It looks like the players were quite busy, Hammer, with all types of interviews and photo shoots and whatnot. But today they will be sitting down at the board, and it's very much business time.
Yeah.
What do you think, Hammer, we can expect from Fabi in the opening stages of this game?
I'm expecting Fabi to go with the king's pawn, pawn to e4. It's what he did in 2022. It's what he did in 2024. I think he's put in the work. He's going to play the first move that he has studied the most for this tournament. And I think he's expecting Hikaru to do something off the beaten track. So, yeah, I think Fabi is just going to be like, okay, you want to play something that has a bad reputation against me? Well, I'll try to prove why it has a bad reputation.
We're very close to finding out. There's a question from Gray-eared in the chat. Do you think there could be an upset in this tournament? I think absolutely yes. It's hard to even know who the favorites really are. I think most people, I think Peter Swidler said if there was a gun to my head, I would pick Fabi. I think a lot of people, have given Fabi that vote of confidence. He has played the most candidates tournament in terms of rating. He's up there with Hikaru. But I thought, we've seen a lot of different tier lists ahead of this event, right? We even did one ourselves live on air a couple of weeks ago. I thought one of the most interesting ones I saw was by Ali Reza, who put Bluebaum one tier a bit lower, where he said it would be really a surprise. And he put everyone else, the 7 other players in the same bracket. And he was like, any of these 7 could win it, really.
And that's kind of the crux of it. Like, even if Fabi or Hikaru's a favorite, they're a very minimal one. Like, the favorite in this field is going to be at like 25% chance, which means that there's a 75 chance they don't win. And in that regard, Olivresa kind of hits the nail on its head that anyone can win. We go back 2 years, Gukesh won it. Like that was
Very
Was
surprised.
not on
Yeah.
my radar before the tournament, but you have a great event. You managed to avoid the losses. That's going to take you far.
Speaking of Gukesh, he is, of course, the reigning world champion, and that's exactly what's at stake in this tournament. The winner of the candidates will go to challenge Gukesh in a match, most likely at the end of this year. I don't think any dates have been announced yet, but usually it's at the end of the year. Will go and challenge Gukesh for the title. And Hammer, we have liftoff and maybe a first surprise already.
I mean, I would say so. Fabi here, starting with the flexible knight to f3. Is he wanting to go for a reti? Is he going for a queen's gambit? Oh my gosh, wow. Okay, so this game has become extremely complicated at a very early stage. Fabi, I think, surprises a lot of people when he moves the knight first. And after pawn to d5, there are many options here. Pawn to g3, pawn to d4. But the most aggressive is pawn to c4, which he played. The drawback of this move is that it allows black to try and seize the initiative of the game, pushing their pawn into the opponent's half. The problem with this move is that pawn is going to be attacked severely over the next couple of moves. Hikaru decides, let's not go for the super complicated variations within that. So he goes e6 first, but then he goes pawn to d4 afterwards. So yeah, a very, very exciting start to this game. And the fact that Hikaru has pushed his pawn into enemy territory, it showcases that he's here for a fight.
Very, very interesting and frankly unexpected start to this game. Fabiano, as you mentioned, more often than not, I mean, 1e4 is his main opening choice. So I'm surprised and impressed, I have to say, Hammer, that Hikaru is responding so quickly to something he could not have expected, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. At the same time, this showcases the depth of his preparation. Maybe he didn't expect this to happen in the game against Bobby, but in preparation for such an event, you have to cover all your bases. And this variation was very famously played in the Carlsen Nepomniachtchi World Championship match. And yeah, I don't quite remember exactly what happened there, but I remember something about pawn to a5, bishop to c5, and knight here to e7. And it was a tricky fight from the get-go, which is what Fabi is aiming for here.
I'm gonna actually open ChessBase and take a look at what we are following. Can you tell us, as Fabi Castles here, maybe just the big ideas, the general lines in these kind of positions?
So very often white wants to challenge the pawn on d4, the pawn that has stepped into enemy territory. White would, in general, be pretty pleased if they could get a clean pawn trade here, as that would take out black's central pawn presence and replace it with white potentially just rushing through that part of the board. So black on the other hand is going to try to keep this positioning. And very often the bishop is going to come here to reinforce. You could even move your knight up to try and hold that d4 square. And one of the ways of trying to dislodge black's protection of that d4 pawn is to go pawn to b4 at some moment, gambiting a pawn away on the edge of the board, but in return, removing the defender of the d4 pawn and opening up some possibilities to make that capture there. Also typical, you could try to get your bishop out here to point in at that pawn, and also the knight sometimes maneuvers itself to put pressure on d4. So yeah, it's basically all about this d4 pawn, and we see that as Hikaru develops his bishop, reinforcing that square.
And Hammer, I have some good news because I've searched this position. Okay, admittedly, I then sorted the results by black elo, but the top three games are all 0-1, and the top game is Nepomniachtchi Carlsen from the match you mentioned. It was game number 9, and Magnus won that game. Magnus also beat the same, used the same variation to beat Duda in the Warsaw Super Bad Blitz 3 years ago, and Grishuk used it to, although he played knight h6 here, so that's not the
I'm
same.
also getting a hammer game. Just saying.
Wait, I sorted by black rating, so surely you can't be,
Hey, no, no,
cannot
no.
be too far.
Oh
But I mean,
God.
it says something about the line as well, right? That I have to scroll quite a bit to find you. This is stuff that has been played by the best of the best, and it's actually very encouraging. I'm again, I've sorted by black rating, but I'm seeing a lot of 0-1, and for one, I'm very excited. And you, of course, contributed to the black wins in your game against
Thank you for
Dansky.
noticing once you
Yes.
had,
Once
scrolled
I
far enough
found
down.
you after all the scrolling. But no, it looks like this line promises, as you said, a very fighting position. And I think probably both of us are surprised to get something so combative from such an early stage.
Yeah, and right now, Fabi's thinking, which means he had not expected Hikaru to play in this fashion, while Hikaru, based on the pace with which he has played, I doubt he studied it for this game specifically, but it's clear this has been part of his pre-candidates tournament preparation.
And it's interesting to me that Fabi is the first one going into the tank. I saw a couple of people in the chat wondering, is he out of book? That seems very unlikely. But Hikaru has played some of I mean, pretty much the mainline moves. So I'm curious what Fabi is considering here.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the Nepo Carlsen match, did Nepo play pawn to d3 instead of castling?
He did.
Yeah. So what?
No, sorry, what am
No,
I? No, 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 he didn't.
he
He
did
did
castle.
castle. They had this exact position, yeah. And then he
Wow.
played d3.
Well, in that, then I do not understand why Fabi's thinking, because this is a very famous game
In
from
fact, almost everyone has played. I have a few more games than you in the database, but the result, I mean, I have 118 games where d3 has been played, and then 28 times e3 and twice b3, but it's yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
and Fabi
oh,
deviates
oh,
from the
oh.
World Championship match we talked about with Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. In that game, Nepo had the white pieces. Carlsen was well prepared, but Nepo still got an advantage as white. I remember there was a point he could have played pawn to b4 to win the opening fight there. But Fabi doesn't want to rehash the past. He wants to invent something new, and he makes that immediate pressure on Black's pawn inside White's half.
And okay, so I'm always curious because, of course, part of the candidates is guessing, who are the seconds who are working in the shadows. The top game from White, I'm saying after E3 is Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland has famously been part of Team Magnus. I think he's worked with a bunch of other players. Could it be? Of course, we are speculating a lot here, but it's always interesting to see who are the top players who have played it. Sam, of course, happens to be American. But yeah, let's look at how Hikaru could react to this slightly unexpected E3 push.
Yeah, so I to me the normal way would be to play A5. The point of this move is twofold. Number one, in some variations, you need to have an escape for the bishop, because White often wants to move this knight up and try and attacking both the bishop and the pawn in the center. So having this retreat is useful. And also, this move is preemptive against one of White's main ideas, which is the pawn to b4 sacrifice, trying to dislodge the knight and the bishop from protecting the center. So this feels like a possibility. And then also knight to e7. This is going to be the two moves that Hikaru needs to choose between. The point of knight e7 is simply just getting castled as quickly as possible. Ooh, but I am looking at the computer's recommended variations, Fiona. And if Hikaru plays knight e7, which he just did, now computer's top choice is knight takes d4. And after knight takes back, pawn b4.
Okay.
Giving up the knight in the center and then playing this pawn in from the side, making those pressures against the black pieces. I'm expecting this to be Fabi's big idea, and he has indeed executed this. Knight takes in the center. Hikaru takes back with the knight. If now this trade happens, Hikaru has the d4 square completely on lockdown. The queen protects the bishop. The knight will come in to protect as well. And that's why Fabi instead plays b4. And Hikaru responds instantly.
By the way, Hammer, I think we have identified the prep by Fabi because knight takes d4 was in fact a novelty.
Okay.
Never been played before.
But yet Hikaru responded instantly. So he knows about
Yeah,
this. He has
impressive.
studied this as well. It was the computer's top choice. It doesn't necessarily come as a big surprise. But still, you got to put in the work. And so far, it seems like Hikaru has indeed done that. And the ensuing position is super interesting. White has now more pawns in the center of the board. There is a pawn that potentially could be captured by Black's queen. However, there is an issue. The queen comes out with an attack against the bishop, attack against the king. You can block the check, and then after the bishop is captured, you can capture a rook in the corner. But the problem is the black queen will not get back. It is trapped in the corner, and so getting at the pawn in the center and getting at that rook in the corner is inadvisable.
So we don't want to do that. Instead, castling looks like a logical choice, just getting the king out of harm's way, making sure we're not exposing ourselves to any checks. What other options do you see?
According to the engine, pawn to c6 is an alternate. I'm not a huge fan of it because in some variations we may want to use this square for our knight. But it does cover against this check, but it feels kind of weird to me. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the long-term health of this bishop. if we're putting all our pawns on the light squares.
How I'm looking at this position and I'm thinking it's such an unusual pawn structure, right?
But I have seen it before. Can I say this?
Of course.
I have seen this pawn structure before because I played a game at the Norway Chess Super Tournament 2015
Uh-huh.
with the black pieces. My opponent got this exact pawn structure. And you want to guess who my opponent was?
Magnus.
No, it was Fabiano
Hikaru.
Caruana.
That,
It was Fabi.
that's so crazy.
So I played this pawn structure with Fabi previously. And
Oh my
I was in
God.
big trouble, but then, we got into time scramble and somehow I managed
You
to save a
tricked him.
draw. Yeah. But yeah, Fabi has played this pawn structure previously. I know.
Yeah, the crazy coffee man. I need a bit more coffee. As soon as I said Magnus, I was like, yeah.
I had the
Um,
black pieces in that game, say.
and as Hammer said, that game ended in a draw. There's a lot of questions in the chat about the cams. I know it's been answered plenty of time, but those feeder cams, they ain't cheap, Hammer. They ain't cheap. If you guys, I think what the bot says, send if you want to send 100K, we can sort it out. But yeah, unfortunately, we will not be having cams during the tournament.
You
And
can't afford both the dream team and the camps. You have to choose.
And yeah, Fabi now thinking, which again is a strange moment to pause because clearly this was his prep, this knight takes d4, which hasn't been played before, followed by before. Um, and everything Hikaru has done has been the top response, the most natural response. So we don't know, is Fabi maybe away from the board? Is he just trying to remember all the different things he looked at? We see that the computer says there are a few moves here that are roughly equal in value. So it's hard to say what Fabi is thinking about exactly, but maybe we can take a look, Hammer, at some of the options he has.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm not liking this for Fabi. I think Fabi kind of goes into this variation hoping that he will catch his opponent unprepared. Hikaru has showcased he knows about this line, he knows what to do against it, and he knows that Black's position, despite White right now having a tremendous grip on the center of the board, Black's position is inherently sound. And one of the reasons I'm concerned on Fabi's behalf is that the computer keeps suggesting the move pawn to d5 when I check the top moves being recommended. It's saying bishop to b2, protect the pawn. Knight moves forward. Perfect placement for the knight, exerting that extra pressure against the central pawn. And now pawn to d5 is supposed to be the best move. And after takes, you're not supposed to take with the bishop because then Hikaru gets to establish himself with the knight on a powerful central square. Instead, you're supposed to take back with the pawn, voluntarily taking on isolated doubled pawns in the center, one of those pawns, which are blocking the white bishop. Now, the computer can say that white has a very slight edge here all at once. For a human player, I think this would be much easier for Hikaru to deal with than for Fabi because the position is strategically dubious for white. So there's some kind of special freaky plan that you have to understand what the computer wants in order to justify not being better, but also basically just being okay. So the fact that this is one of the recommended lines, I think, is very, very good for Hikaru. Another suggestion is that after queen moves out, attacks the bishop retreats, and now you still have to protect this pawn somehow. Once again, bishop out is the recommendation. And now knight up, attacks the pawn pushes forward, we take it. And yeah, if bishop takes back, once again, we have this idea of just getting that incredible grip on the d4 square. So taking back with a pawn at the very least prevents black from challenging the center, but it still leaves white with these very ugly pawns. So yeah, no, I'm liking the position for Hikaru. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. I was saying earlier that knight takes d4 was a novelty, which is was, but by some move, what's the word I'm looking for? Transposition. I've actually found this position has been seen once in a title Tuesday game a year ago between Stribuk and Rasmus Vane, and there you can tell again what a small world the chess world is, because we saw some photos being shared from yesterday's technical meeting where it was confirmed that Rasmus Vane is the main second, at least for Matthias Blübaum, as he attended the technical meeting with him. In that game, bishop e2 was played, the first of the two moves you looked at, and Rasmus responded a bit more cautiously with c6. Then queen b3 followed.
Yeah, because now I'm realizing the benefit of this c6 move is actually just to prevent white from pushing forward in the center. And then I guess my argument is I'm not sure that's something we want to discourage. We may want to encourage instead.
Interesting, very interesting to me that Fabi is still thinking, and slightly mysterious. Meanwhile, GP owns Lang is asking any other seconds leaked from the technical meeting. Well, Hikaru was there with Chris Littlejohn, no surprises there. Prague was with a guy that I'm fairly sure was his second as well in Tata Steel, but I'm not 100% sure, A, if it is the same person, and B, what his name was. So if anyone wants to find that photo, I can't remember where I took it from, but I think one of the FIDE channels. Who else? Fabi, no surprises there, was at the technical meeting with Christian Chirilla, I think, who's been leading his team for quite a few years, and Grigory Oparin, who he has worked with for a number of years as well. Wei Yi was with a Chinese grandmaster whose name I also do not know, but he was also with him at Tata Steel last year. So that's also been ongoing for a while. And finally, Esipenko's main second is David Paravian from.
It sounds like you need to kind of introduce yourself more when you're in Vike.
Yeah, and not, but ask them like, who are you and who are you and what's your name? The guy, the guy in Vike, I'm actually not, because the guy in Vike actually came up to me and he's like, oh, hi, we met in Reykjavik a few years. And I think his name was Kimbali or something along the lines of that. I've been trying to recall. But he had really big hair in Vaikansee this year. And the guy on the photo with Prague has basically no hair. So
I
I'm
mean,
confused.
could check out.
I'll
It
get
would
to the
be
bottom of it. I'll
it,
get
it
to the
would be
bottom
more
of it.
impressive if he had big hair and then oh no, that's
No,
not
the
how
other
it
way
works.
around. If he grew
Yeah.
it out and
Yeah. You know, I
Um,
suddenly realized that not everyone does the same as I do. That when I go to the hairdresser, I try to just get rid of it all to make my next hairdresser appointment as long,
in the future.
yeah, as possible.
On the photo, Anish Giri was not on that photo, but I think it's public knowledge that Jan Smeets is his main second these days. And finally, there's only one player as Queen B3 has just been played. The last one I haven't talked about is Sindarov. Sindarov works with a coach called Roman. His last name is just Ukrainian international master, but also with a Uzbek grandmaster called Mamadinov, who was also with him at the World Cup. But as we talked about before, all of these players for the candidates tournament will not have just one person, but at least two or three with, the numbers two, three, and four, whatever, mostly working from the shadows, and unlikely that they are on site. In general, players will bring one person with them and then have more working from the shadows.
I can exclusively reveal that I was not approached for this tournament
By anyone.
by anyone.
Anyone. But we discussed it last time, maybe you should offer your services to them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I might be expired goods, unfortunately.
It's not too late to get back into the saddle, but Jaime, I was thinking since we just talked about all the players in their seconds and Hikaru has just played Bishop A5, so we can take one more look at this position. But I think you already went through some of the ideas here and we looked at some possibilities. Maybe now is a good time to do a very quick tour of the other boards to see what's happening and elsewhere. And of course, whenever we do a tour, we'll keep Hikaru's game on the live board so that you don't miss anything there.
Wow. And we're going to start out in a very,
Wow.
very exciting closed Sicilian. I didn't even know people were still playing that opening, where Pragnananda has sacrificed a pawn. But if that pawn is captured, there will be dire consequences with the knight moving up, the bishop and knight working together. Prague has also opened up for his rook down the f file, and there is nastiness afoot.
Wait. Prague played my favorite opening in the whole wide world. The Grand Prix attack. I can't believe it. I'm in shock, Hammer.
Me too. The only people I know that plays this are the crazy attackers with no sense of propriety.
Fiona Prague second confirmed. Yeah, I was approached, Hammer.
But yeah, it's a very thrilling opening, and he went for this early sacrifice, pawn to f5. No, he didn't.
The next move.
Okay, now he did it, and then after takes, queen to e1. Oh wow, this could potentially be some heavy prep because the computer says by far the best move here is knight to b4. But whenever you're threatening to capture a lot of stuff on one side of the board, computers tend to suddenly realize that attacks on the opposite flank maybe, yeah, no, this is Prague, yeah. This must have been some very heavy prep from Prague. This could make your opening. I mean, this could
Make
bring
it
the
come back
close.
into fashion. Actually,
I,
one of the big guys, I think one of the big names who's played it maybe for the longest was Gawain Jones, I would say. And in general, the English players, I think, had a bit of a soft spot for the Grand Prix attack.
yeah. So at the very least, a super exciting opening to this game. Anish does decide to capture the white pawn, but he takes it with his pawn. And the idea now is that even though Prague gets the pawn back, so right now equal on material, at least Anish now can get his queen out and get castled.
Anish, actually, it's not just that he can get his queen out, he must get his queen out. Queen d7 is the only move here for Anish to avoid getting into very serious trouble in this position. It does make sense though, right? You can't really let the opponent's queen sit on e6 where it's heavily restricting your king, but I'm in shock, Hammer, to see this all-out approach from Prague from the get-go.
I'm not, because we saw him in the previous candidates, and I was so impressed with him on how he was willing to play some extremely risky stuff with the black pieces. And I mean, if you're willing to take big chances with black, it only makes sense that you're willing to gambit some pawns with the white pieces, because they're you can get away with a lot more as white. So yeah, he's a brave man, but it appears to me that his bravery has been rewarded. He has saddled Anish with an isolated pawn on a file where the white rook is already placed. The pressure on this pawn is going to be a big feature of this game moving forward.
Wow, so we are expecting a lot of action here from this game. I guess Prague will keep the queens on, and now let's go and see the debutants. Matthias Bluebaum against Wei.
Yeah, I actually played against Bluebaum in the event. He qualified for this tournament, the Grand Swiss in Uzbekistan. I was very polite, just sacrificed 2 pawns out of the opening, and he took both of them, and I had to resign, essentially. Not my proudest moment. But what I discovered in my preparation for that game is that Matthias, he just plays the same opening over and over and over and over. Like he is the new MVL. Well, especially since MVL is going through a bit of a renaissance these days and started playing different openings to the ones he's always played. So there are some players who have that style where they just will learn one opening super well and say that this opening is good enough for any opposition. And Bleebaum is one of those, and I mean, seems to be working out for him. Okay, maybe not okay. Is this not a main line? I feel like I've seen this so many times before. Engine is saying Wei Yi can sacrifice a pawn here in the center of the board to equalize the game. Maybe even a bit better for black.
Let's take a look.
So pawn pushes, knight takes back, queen takes. Now queen a5. Pointing at the king castles. Rook d8 attacks the queen. The queen has only one safe square. And then there's a fork. Okay, actually big moment here in Wei Yi's game, because look at the times. Bleebaum has not spent any time at all. So he's in his prep. He plays this opening time and time again. And so he thinks, yeah, I know what's going on. And I'll figure it out. Apparently, after pawn to d4, there's the move queen b1, which I'm sure Bleebaum is aware of, because otherwise he wouldn't have played this quickly. And then, there's a rook pointing down on the black queen. The black pawn is in trouble. You've sacrificed a pawn potentially. You need to justify it. And Bleebaum is going with his normal approach of playing the same opening over and over and over, but knowing that opening down to the littlest details so that he is aware of tricky pawn sacrifices in the center.
Well, interesting stuff. And finally, very quickly, let's check out Sindarov against Yesipenko.
What a position. I gotta say,
What a first round.
as someone who watched a lot of chess at the top level about 2010, 2011, 2012, thereabouts, like people were on all boards of the candidates tournament. It was like Queen's Gambit declined in every game. And it was a position that had been analyzed over and over and over, and people were generally agreeing that, yeah, this is obviously a draw with correct play, with not a lot of hope for either player to get away from it. But this new generation, I mean, it is so exciting to be a chess, well, player, but also commentator these days. Because the new generation, they are taking risks. They want to play chess. They're not here to just make all draws. They're here to fight. And we saw Pragnananda playing an opening where the engine initially was saying, "Ooh, this is iffy for white." He sacrificed a pawn, but he's putting pressure on his opponent. And here, Yesipenko, one of the lowest rated players in the field, he is going rather crazy with his aggressiveness as black, pushing his pawns forward. And I love to see it.
What an exciting start to this candidates tournament. Let's return now to Hikaru's game, where we only missed one move, but that move knight c3 by Fabi, and there was a big question in the chat asked by a couple of people. There is, of course, a pawn hanging on d4, and the question is what happens if we just take that?
And that is obviously why Hikaru's thinking right now. If you can capture it, you want to take it. You want to put the pressure on Fabi to not just say, okay, you got an initiative. You want to make him pay for it. You want to tell him that if you go wrong in your plans now, it's not just that it might peter out to a draw. You're risking a loss if I'm up a pawn. I would take the pawn.
You like your
But
pawns.
I am a pawn grabber. I have been advised that I should, grab fewer pawns.
Who advised that?
Laura Fressinet.
Laurent Fressinet, the new, who recently, I don't know if you saw, but announced his retirement from the French national team and will instead become kind of the coach and also the person who picks the team. So
He's taking Mazet's job.
no, Mazet will stay behind, but Mazet told me, but Fress is picking the players, so I don't need to be, because that was often a very that's often a controversial job depending on the country, of course.
But I thought the French are all sitting playing cards. They're basically just paying Fress to join them and with their card playing during what?
No, but he's gonna be coaching on site as well, but Mazet will still, I think it makes sense,
I
right?
don't know if the French team does coaching. Don't they just sit around playing cards all night?
That was a long time ago. I mean, if you look at the team now, it's a much younger, it's a much younger
It's
team.
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they still play cards, but they also do work, do some work, I suspect.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway, as Mr. Fresh said,
and
maybe
eating
you should.
croissants. Yes. I mean,
I I do see Queen A3, which hits both the bishop and the knight. So now I guess we have to take on C3.
and then take back. And now you have to protect the knight and protect the queen, but that's doable. Um, I guess the concern here is that this bishop is quite intimidating. And in
Mhm.
order to block this bishop, you're going to want to play pawn to c6. But playing your pawn to c6 is not going to feel super comfy because that weakens, seriously weakens some dark squares here, enabling white to really come in and invade and create some troubles. So I'm gonna say, don't be like Hammer and respect your opponent when they make pawn sacrifices.
It's not that you don't respect him, though, right? You just grab him.
Uh, it's nice being up a pawn.
It is nice. I mean, even here, like, of course, I see white has some compensation, but I don't hate it for black.
Yeah, no, I mean this seems viable for Hikaru. I don't know. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm kind of like, I would do this.
I'm
it's,
with you on this one.
it's not necessarily as this pawn could be dangerous, but we have some influence in the center here. We've managed to block this bishop very impressively. Um, and the dark squared weaknesses we were scared of, well, we took out the dark squared bishop. So yeah, computer says better for white, but black is up a pawn. It has to count for something.
I'm very, very, very curious to see if Hikaru is gonna grab the pawn on d4. If he doesn't, what
Well,
is
the
something?
thing is, he has such a tempting alternative because that plan we talked about earlier with the
Mm.
knight up, attacking the pawn pushing forward, taking the pawn, and then white taking back with their pawn. Because if you take with the knight here, it's the same kind of idea. The knight gets pushed away, and also this pawn formation is perfect for black to stunt the white bishop, and you manage to get your knight into the center afterwards. Like, this is a dream scenario for Hikaru, which is why Fabi would have to take back with the pawn here in order to kind of have that pawn stand in the way of the bishop gaining, the queen gaining access to the d4 square and support the knight. And like, I understand that the computer says this is fine for white, but it is, well, you know me, Fiona. When I look at pawn structures and I see double isolated pawns, um,
I'm also, I
I
mean, I look at this position, I'm like, this is a dream. I'm not sure why the computer doesn't give me any advantage here.
yeah. And I have no idea what I would do as black in this situation because I'm so big on the pawn structures, so I would be super happy to get this against me. But then also I do love grabbing pawns. So in some way I feel like this is just a nice. Both options are good for Hikaru, and he does settle on the long-term advantage of getting the superior pawn structure.
I see a question. Can we check out the boards? We just did that about 5 or 10 minutes ago, so you must have just missed it. We will revisit them from time to time, but right now we just have a few moves here. So I just wanted to say, in general, going forward, we will every now and then check in with the other games, especially if something is happening there. But for now, we've just come from a little tour, so sorry you missed that. And knight f5 hammer, as you said, both options were tempting, right? Grabbing the pawn and knight f5. If anything, I have to say maybe I even preferred this one, although I do also like grabbing pawns. But
I don't think there was a wrong option.
yeah.
I think both were good, and the thing about having two good options is that you spend quite a bit of time trying to figure out, well, which is best. But then you kind of just you have to take a decision based on what you're comfortable with, how you see the plans envisioning for the future. And Hikaru did spend 16 minutes on this move, but I think he settled on the right one. You don't want to give Fabi the initiative. I think you'd rather have a long-term superior pawn formation against a player like Fabiano.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that assessment. Do you think there's a chance Fabi is still like has seen this position before?
No.
No.
And Hikaru hasn't, because otherwise he wouldn't spend this amount of time.
It's
I'm
straight.
just curious why Fabi has, because no matter what he did over the course of the past couple of moves, every suggestion leans on this continuation of pushing the pawn forward in the center, the only way to properly save it, and then making that trade. Getting a white pawn inside black's half, yes, but also potential weaknesses, pawns blocking the bishop's path. I'm honestly, I feel like that Fabiano has made a mistake in his preparation, thinking this is an interesting position to play. I think he has misjudged uh, this circumstance, and I think he's regretting his opening choice.
Do you think it's just this is gonna be a position where he doesn't really have an initiative, and if anything, long term he's on the back foot, or
Yeah, I maybe I'm being too pessimistic on his behalf because of my biases on pawn formations and stuff like that. But I feel like if I'm here, Fabiano, I would be thinking, okay, I need to figure out how to uh, basically just liquidate this into a draw. Because in the long term, Hikaru has the 2 versus 1 on the queen side. If you could see Hikaru pushing these pawns up, then he would be dominating. There's an incredible square for the black knight on the d6. Like there's no white pawns that can kick this knight out of the square. The knight is very well located, also protecting the b7 pawn, which could be important somehow. You have free development of the bishop next. You can retreat this guy to start pointing at the king. And if Hikaru manages, he wants to go rook b8, b5, and just push the pawns forward on the side of the board where he has more pawns than his opponent. So yeah, I'm uncharacteristically optimistic on on Hikaru's behalf. And wow, bishop a3 played by Fabiano. The bishop now eyeing the black rook, and computer is suggesting a crazy line, Fiona. The computer
it's
right now is suggesting that Hikaru sacrifices not one, but two rooks. Two rooks.
oh, I
Knight
think
takes
that's the
d4.
line that someone in chat said the computer lines after B6 are crazy. So this is it. We're gonna see it.
Knight takes d4, attacks the queen, but the queen creates a counterattack. Now the bishop and the rook are both threatened. How to deal with this? Well, Stockfish has an idea. Pawn to b6. Opening up for this bishop to capture the rook in the corner, in addition to doing nothing about the other bishop attacking the other black rook. And now if bishop takes the rook on the right, there's a counter with the black bishop attacking the queen. The queen has to retreat. Then the queen comes into the corner. The queen now eyeing the area close to white's king. And if bishop takes rook, then Hikaru can start creating some, oh, wow. Here, apparently, he's just supposed to take back the bishop. And then there are two bishops and a pawn in trade for two rooks. But look at how the white king is stuck in the corner on the same diagonal as black's queen. The knight in a pretty menacing position as well. But still, like, what a variation.
What a crazy line. Let's go back a few moves. So if instead of taking on a8, what if white takes on f8 first?
Yeah, and this is the better way of doing things because immediately once the black queen gets into the corner, she's making threats against the white queen, white king. So bishop takes here first is better. Same idea. Bishop out, attacks the queen. Queen retreats. Then we take the bishop back. And now, instead of capturing the rook immediately, the recommendation is queen out first, attacking the knight, then capturing the rook. But
I don't think Hikaru will go for something like this.
you don't think so?
I think you miss one thing in your calculation, like, or do you think this is easy to calculate?
I think maybe he doesn't go for it because Fabi is still in his prep. I think I was
surprised
wrong.
when you
Yeah,
said
I was wrong that Fabi was not in his prep. This oozes prep. Like complications like this, it's like.
And Hikaru did just play, and he played rook e8, so he wants no part in what could very well still be Fabi's prep.
Yeah, Hikaru wants this position. You know, he wants this pawn structure, and right now Fabi is trying to create some crazy complications to avoid getting that. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, okay, I think we can confirm that Fabi is in prep again. He took some time. And sometimes players do that, right? Sometimes it can literally just be to lull your opponents into a false sense of security, kind of acting a little bit, pretending you're out of prep. Sometimes the players are genuinely just trying to recollect everything. But the fact that Fabi now blitzed out this bishop a3 and d5, because I was surprised when you said no, not in prep anymore, because the few moves that we had seen from the last known position were all logical. And if he was gonna play this knight f3, c4 stuff in the candidates, he must have spent quite a bit of time on these lines where black goes d4.
Yeah. Okay, so Hikaru's going to take the pawn, but what's interesting is Fabi knows recapturing, it's just going to give him a poor long-term position. So, and this is why this stinks of prep long way. He's not going to recapture. He's not going to go into that situation where he just has a long-term pawn formation disadvantage. He's going to try to attack while Hikaru still has his entire queen side undeveloped. So, and this is the top computer recommendation, which again confirms that, yeah, even though he spent a lot of time and even though I was not super impressed with part of the reason why I thought Fabi was not in prep was I saw all these variations with d5, pawn takes, and I'm like, well, this is horrible. This cannot be prep because this is not going anywhere. But now that we realize that there are things under the surface, a double rook sacrifice, or here a pawn sacrifice where you give up the pawn in the center, but immediately try to attack down the open file in the center. This is it reeks of prep. It feels more right as something Fabi would do to try and put pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, and I think if you're Hikaru is of course not just one of the best players in the world. He's incredibly experienced, especially when it comes to Fabi. They've played each other so many times. They've known each other for so long. And surely Hikaru's tingly, his what's the tingly senses? Spidey senses are tingling. What's the I'm mixing up all the words, but surely you guys understand what I mean. He must suspect, of course, that Fabi is still in prep, and he's going to become even more careful here to make sure not to run into something that could become unpleasant.
Okay, let's just run through the most obvious variation here. So takes makes sense to me. Rook e1 is the only way to kind of justify how white has been playing. The recommendation now is bishop takes knight, which I think makes sense. I don't think that's a super difficult move. The bishop is unprotected here on the edge. The knight is contributing with pressure in the center. And generally, trades could be nice now that we're up a pawn. White recaptures. We're supposed to take this pawn. That makes sense to me. And apparently now Fabi has to trade rooks, which I think is very much in black's favor. So that's nice. And then recapture here, fine.
Extra pawn for us, Hammer.
Yeah. No,
But you
I'm
also
not.
do like the bishop pair.
I do, yes. I'm not hating this. And I find it very encouraging that the computer is not just saying there's one good move here. Like computer is saying there's at least two good moves. Pawn to c6 is one where you put your pawns on the light squares and you kind of live with the fact that you have poor dark squared control. But I like this queen to e5 move. Planning bishop to e6 next, keeping control of the dark squares on the board when you have a light squared bishop yourself. So we'd rather give up kind of this pawn than this pawn because this one is controlling dark squares. And this just looks rather unproblematic for Hikaru. Yeah, this is just a draw. Because he gets to keep that really nice placement for the knight in the center of the board because he kept the pawn back to control dark squares. And Fabi can win back the pawn that was given up, but like a position like this is still just going to end up in a draw.
But okay, I mean, if we're talking the worst case scenario is a draw for Hikaru, that's surely a positive outcome, right?
Yeah, but this isn't really the worst case scenario, right? But it proves that if Hikaru finds the right moves, he will make a draw without issue. But this wasn't the worst case scenario.
No,
This is
that's,
probably
you're
the
right.
best case
It's the
scenario.
best case, so.
But it means that if he finds moves, which they don't seem like the most difficult thing in the world, but
Let's go through
there's
the
so many
line
things
one
he
more
needs to
time to
calculate.
see if we feel there is a moment that is maybe.
Okay, so first, already here, taking on d5 is a decision. But I think it makes sense because you're trying to clear up this pawn structure as quickly as possible.
Knight.
Well, Fabi is not going to take back with the pawn, right?
Yeah, no.
So But if you think this is where it's heading, you would want to make that trade as early as possible
Okay, that makes
so
sense.
that you kind of figure out how to organize your pieces in knowing that this is what's going to happen. So taking, I think, makes sense. Rook e1 is going to be a bit unpleasant when it's played instantly because no, my opponent is in his preparation.
I
And
was
here,
wondering, bishop
pawn takes
c3.
pawn. Yeah, this could be a thing. So pawn takes pawn is a huge blunder because of queen b5 attacking both the e8 square and the a5 bishop. And
Yeah,
if
but Hikaru's
pawn
up.
forward to block that threat and open a defense here, then the queen can take the bishop anyway.
I think I could fall for that, but I don't think Hikaru is gonna fall for that. So
And in fact, because that trick exists, it makes bishop takes knight super obvious. The fact that the trick exists makes it much, much more likely that Hikaru finds the right way. Because he realizes that this bishop is unprotected on the edge of the board. There's a variation in which it drops off because of threats. So you take that one, and now this pawn is being threatened by 3 white pieces. So you're going to make the trade. And here you literally only have one move. And here, if he gets to this point, queen e5 is going to be obvious to a player of Hikaru's caliber. So I'm thinking right now, Fiona, if he takes the pawn, he's good. Taking
big
the pawn is the
moment.
most difficult part
Yeah.
of that entire thing.
You know what I think that means, Hammer? I think that Hikaru is going to invest quite a bit of time into this position. So that maybe gives us the chance to do another tour of what's happening elsewhere. We did that earlier. All other games got off to a very promising start. Let's start our tour with Prague against Anish. We left this off when Anish had to play Queen d7, which he did. No surprises there. And as anticipated, Prague wanted to keep the queens on the board, and we get a very dynamic position now at opposite sides castling.
Yeah, kings on opposite sides. Also, the weakness of the pawn formation for Anish. I'm just gonna, keep hacking on on my pet
On the other
peeves.
hand, I mean, yes, the pawn it's an isolated pawn on f5, but as compensation, you get a semi-open G file as black, and surely that's part of that's gonna be part of Anisha's plan going forward.
Yeah, but bishop to g5 targets the knight. That knight is important in order to defend said weak pawn. Also creates a pin on the rook. The knight cannot move without the rook being lost. Anish steps out of the pin, and Pragnananda brings in his rook from the corner. And based on the time situation in this game, Prague could very well still be in his preparation, and honestly, I think he has a bigger advantage than the computer may think. Right now, it's on point 16, but it feels like a bigger advantage than that for Pragnananda. And if you combine it with the time situation,
Yeah.
I think Pragnananda can be super, super happy with how this opening has gone.
I also think it's a position that he will enjoy playing a lot. So I would say for Prague, I agree with you, a huge opening as success. So let's move on now to Matthias Bluebaum, who I saw took the all of the great Bluebaum sweep jokes with a lot of humor. Then I also, the more I thought about it, I don't think they ever wanted to hint something. I think they just started something without realizing what they were. what they were hinting. I wouldn't be surprised that some of them would be in the chat with us today. So, to all the Matthias Bluebaum fans, shout out. This is the first time in 35 years, if I'm remembering correctly, that Germany has had a player in the candidates tournament. It was revealed that a lot of money was raised to allow him to get his prep on the same level as the other players. And as you mentioned earlier, Hammer, he has been sticking to his opening guns.
Yeah, and honestly, it's working out for him. Also, here, big advantage on the clocks. Matthias is playing the openings he knows very, very well. He managed to get Wei Yi to avoid the complications of this pawn sacrifice in the center. And instead, Wei is just trying to equalize, just trying to exchange down into a draw, opening up here between the bishops, getting that trade. But in doing so, Black is sitting here with poor control of the dark squares, and Bleebaum is just comfortably better as White. Another big opening success for the White pieces.
Absolutely. And I think for Matthias, this is a great start to his candidates tournament. He really stands out, I think, apart in this field, mostly because he doesn't have that experience against opponents of this level, at least not consistently, right? This year, I think Tata Steel Chess was his first, super elite tournament. So he just hasn't had the chance. If we look at the others, Wei has plenty of experience playing the best of the best. Prague, he's talked about in those interviews in Cyprus about how he's still young, but he's been around for so long at this point already. Of course, Anish has a wealth of experience. And even Andreas Sipenko, he's a player I'll always remember when he played in Tata Steel a few years back and beat Magnus Carlsen. And it was such a big moment to him. So even just that, having that experience of having beaten the very best there is in a classical game is always gonna help you in a sense. And Matthias just does not have that on that level yet. So for him, I think it's especially important to get off to a good start.
Okay, do you want to jump to the
To the
last game?
last one, let's see Sindarov with the white pieces. How are things looking for him?
Still a very, very complicated game. That aggression with the black pawns early on, but there's a reason Sindarov allowed that aggression. And he's now striking at the forwardmost black pawn, hoping to get a trade here in order to point his pieces in against the black central pawn afterwards.
How
And
do
then
we feel about that isolated pawn on d5?
well, you know how I feel about
We never
isolated
feel good about
pawns.
isolated pawns.
Not too happy. And here you could also see some point in the future, this knight could maneuver itself over here and increase the pressure against the defensive bishop and the pawn itself. So it would be just a very easy to play position for white. So if you're Yasipenko, you kind of need to start running your pawns up the board, but easier said than done. I'm guessing knight to b4 here is the move. Engine prefers white.
Is it fair? Would you say it's fair to say that Fabi maybe got the least with white out of the four games, or is that yet to be decided? Could Hikaru's next move be crucial?
Yeah, I think Hikaru. We need to know Hikaru's next move before we make that assessment. But right now, it's looking good for white on all boards except that one. And then Hikaru still hasn't, because Fabi is still in prep, we believe now after consideration.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't make sense to say that Hikaru has survived the opening until Fabi's out of prep.
That makes an awful lot of sense. Um, by the way, there was a question in the chat about the first rest day only being on Thursday, and isn't that overkill? I wouldn't say it's overkill. I mean, they play 4 games and then they get the first rest day. When you have a tournament with 14 rounds, you can hardly, have a rest day every third day or so. So I think it's
Have I
reasonable.
told you my opinion on this?
What's your opinion on this? No,
Too
I don't.
many rest days.
Too many. So in
Let them
total,
let them fight like gladiators until they're too exhausted to stand on their own feet.
there's what, four rest days in total for this tournament. Is that correct, right?
I think so, yeah. There's
Because
no rest day before the playoff, which I
which is
mean, from a
interesting, yeah.
logistical sense, logistically makes sense, but it's different to what the system is in the
Yeah.
World Championship match.
Because if you think about it, I remember this year at Tata Steel, it became a topic. One player thought that maybe, especially towards the end, there were, much like yourself, there were too many rest days. And Tata Steel has 3 rest days for 13 rounds. So I think here, 4 rest days for 14 rounds is absolutely
I
reasonable. If,
I,
I
I
mean,
think I think having fewer rest days brings in more kind of competitive spirit,
mm,
because then you're saying, okay, we value you not necessarily as artists, but as competitors.
yeah.
And we want to give competitive advantages to those who can keep their energy levels high under stressful circumstances, which is kind of like how all sports work. So I don't know. I think we're coddling them a little bit.
Yeah, I think the one thing we both agree on is that there shouldn't be more rest days, at least. So I think that the players have to start by playing 4 games is absolutely not a problem for them. If anything, it's more towards the end that the fatigue. And with the rest days, it's hard because, players who have momentum, of course, they will think, oh, I don't need this rest break. I'm on a roll. If things are not going so well for you. So I think players don't even, maybe some have general preferences about, oh, more rest is nice or less rest is nice. I want to go back home. But in general, it really depends, on the tournament situation.
I think something that I've always found interesting is that a player like Magnus Carlsen really needs his rest days.
Mm,
And Magnus is often lauded as being, one of the more fit players with the better stamina and stuff like that. Yet he is the one who gets the most exhausted from playing chess.
mm,
And that goes back to Magnus's ability of really kind of putting all his energy into the game. Like I don't get exhausted after a single game the way Magnus does,
yeah.
because he manages to put more energy into his effort of calculation and stuff like that. So yeah,
It's
I
actually a
just
great point you make, and I'd never really stopped to consider it. But having interviewed Magnus a lot, there is no other player who sometimes, especially at the end of a tournament, who will be so physically exhausted. I mean, there's been a number of times when I talked to Magnus either after a long game or at the end of the tournament where I felt like he's literally just gonna, he's not gonna make it to the end of the interview. This man is so tired, he needs to go and lie down.
so my point was that even people who are considered fit would not necessarily benefit from there not
Mm,
being a rest day. I think Magnus is one of the players who benefits the most because of his ability of putting so much effort into the games. Speaking of which, we got a move, Fiona, and it is not the move we were hoping for in terms of getting to a safe draw early on. But it's still an interesting move where the computer now says there's only one move for Fabi to keep an equal position And we should explore this a little bit before we take our break.
Absolutely. I am yet to understand why only a4 is a good square. So maybe let's start there. Maybe let's see why, let's say queen d1 or queen b2 are not good for Fabi.
So queen moves back, the capture in the center. And now the idea previously was rook to e1. But here, this apparently does nothing. And black is up 2 pawns. And now let's compare that to queen moves. Oh yeah, now we cannot take here because the bishop is under attack.
Actually, that does make a lot of sense.
Fair
In that
enough.
case, it shouldn't take Fabi too long to come up with queen a4.
Well, Fabi is still in prep, we think, right?
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah.
And here there are two very interesting moves for Hikaru. Bishop takes knight is the computer top choice, allowing an attack on the well-placed central knight, but the knight comes in, check on the king moves away, then taking on d5, then moving the bishop out. I can already say this is never going to happen. Like, you would never leave your knight stranded in enemy territory against an opponent who's obviously still in his preparation, and also leave the opponent with the bishop pair. So that's not going to happen. Instead, Hikaru here is going to play b6, which he has already done because that was part of the calculations he made. And now this is a sacrifice of the rook. If pawn takes pawn here, Hikaru will take back with his bishop, leaving his rook to be captured in the corner. But he is relying on the amazingness of the knight in the center, the queen pointing in that direction of the black king, and the potential of invading with the knight moving forward as well. The computer says this is a winning position for Hikaru, thanks to the incredible bishop to g4.
Wow.
And if takes, yeah, basically you just lured the pawn away from this diagonal, and then you come in with the rook to work together with the queen, and white can block it, but not for long, as the queen and knight combines very nicely for a checkmate.
Very nice line indeed. B6, I think B6 has the potential to, take Fabi out of what he knows, or at least not be so sure. Was B6, can you go back? Was B6 one of the top moves according to the...
It definitely
up
was.
there. It was up there, okay. Either way, Fabi will be, I think, at least giving it a bit of thought. And for us over here, it is time now for our first break of the day. I think all in all, we're very happy with things, how things have started for Hikaru. Very interesting opening between the two players. But it's only the start, of course. So we'll see you on the other side of this first break. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of this year's Candidates Tournament. Hikaru is starting out with black against Fabiano Caruana and Hammer. I have to say, our breaks lately have been incredibly well timed.
A big thing for Fabiano here. It's a very, very tricky, complicated, unbalanced, double-edged position. And I'm really excited by the fact that Fabiano's thinking, because we have been a bit uncertain whether Fabiano is in his preparation or not. At some point previously, I said Fabi is not in his prep, and I was kind of basing that not necessarily just on the clock and the fact that he had been thinking, but also by the fact that I thought the position he was aiming for didn't feel like something he would want. It wouldn't be something he would aim to get. However, as we delved into the material and we discovered these sacrifices that he was encouraging, the pawn sack with the rook coming in from the corner, also the thing where Hikaru had to sacrifice both his rooks as a possible alternative. I've come to realize that even though he spent some time in the opening, he was still in his preparation. He just needed time to recollect what it was he had studied in that specific case. The position we have in front of us now is still one of those where it's entirely possible that Fabiano has looked at this beforehand because Hikaru has basically been playing all computer moves. But the fact that Fabi is thinking, we're hoping that means he's not going to remember what he studied.
Yeah, because at some point, I mean, human memory is finite, thankfully, and I think it's hard sometimes for, the average chess fan to understand and appreciate the huge, humongously huge amount of lines that these players look at in their preparation period for the candidates tournament. You're gonna have certain ideas as a white of what you want to do, but then you basically need to look at all possible responses. As black, it's even harder. You don't know which first move your opponent is going to play. So even if Fabi, I think it's likely Fabi has this position somewhere on his notes, but his notes, there are just so many of them that it's always going to be a question of, when did he see that position for the last time? How much time did he spend on it? So I think very likely this position exists in the notes, but maybe, at some point you are on your own. It's impossible to remember everything they've looked at in their preparation.
And I gotta say, so we were talking about 2 moves ago that if Hikaru were to capture the pawn in the center, we believed he would have been able to find a path to secure a rather uneventful draw.
Mm.
And then someone in chat was saying, oh, but knight to d4 is even better according to the engine. And Hikaru did end up going knight d4. And so basically now we're in a position where all 3 results are possible. Instead of going for the equalizer line, Hikaru has gone for an option. I don't know if he realizes this himself or not, but he's gone for a very combative option where the thought of a black win creeping into Fabiano's head is definitely viable. And I think he has basically managed the opening very, very well here. I want to say that for the next 2 moves, I'm pretty certain Hikaru's going to go bishop to d7, followed by pawn to c5. So engine top choice is rook to a to e1. But then very easily for Hikaru, very straightforward his plan. First, the bishop out, attacks the queen. The queen retreats. It only has one available square. And then pawn to c5. Now, what this pawn to c5 does is that it kind of traps the black bishop on the edge of the board, but it also prevents the white bishop's influence in toward the middle, and it reinforces the placement of the tremendously well-placed knight on d4. These moves, the bishop out and the pawn forward, the easiest moves in the world. Like there's 100% chance that Hikaru will make these moves without thinking in the next 2 moves, which means Fabi now, he has to make a decision on this move, but he also kind of already at this point, he needs to figure out, well, what am I going to do when Hikaru plays pawn to c5? because that's certainly going to happen, and I need to have some kind of plan of action against it. I find Hikaru's position easier to play. His plans are more intuitive. He has the best placed piece with the knight on d4. If you ask me to choose, would you rather be white or black? I would take the black pieces any day of the week.
Very interesting assessment there. And I think that's another side that viewers often underestimate. I think as chess followers, we have been so conditioned to look at the engine, and sometimes, and I find myself, I'll be the first to raise my hand, and I'm absolutely guilty of that. I'll see plus 0.05, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is something, or the smallest advantages can corrupt your mind. But thankfully, we have you here, for that human perspective, and just to remember the practical point of view is very, very important. And I agree with you. I think Hikaru will be very, very happy with how this first game with the black pieces has unfolded so far. And again, we cannot underestimate that psychological pressure you were talking about for Fabi, that, if he's not accurate, suddenly he runs the risk, to get off to a loss with white against one of his main rivals, which would of course be a disaster for Fabi. A question here from All for Autumn. If the pawns get doubled, would you want to blockade with the black or with the dark or the light squared bishop? Which piece is more important to keep on the board to have a chance to win?
Can you say that again?
If the pawns get doubled, so the white d
Which
pawns,
pawns?
I guess the
The
white.
C pawns? Yeah, probably the D pawns.
I thought the d pawns, but the question is, do you use? But I'm not sure how you even block with the dark squared bishop, because that dark squared bishop right now from a5 is gonna have a hard time. But maybe the question is more in general in the long term. Maybe the easier question is, which piece is more important to keep on the board to
Well, the thing is, right now, Hikaru's decided against the strategy of capturing in the center. So, like, now he's playing around this pawn. So he's gonna let this pressure stay there for the foreseeable future. If Fabi wants to make the capture, Hikaru's gonna get his bishop out in a good position, making immediate threats on White's pawns. And yeah, there is a rook in the corner, but as we've seen, the counter-attacking ideas with the queen and knight working together against the white king are so significant that Fabi cannot allow himself to capture the rook in the corner, and that is a repeating pattern over the course of this next phase of the game. So we talked a lot about the trade of these pawns and Fabi taking back and whether that's a good pawn structure for Fabi. As it turns out, we kind of discovered that Fabi was never intending to take back. Like, he always had some idea of making a pawn sacrifice, getting his pieces into the action very quickly, and start making threats rather than recaptures and giving himself a long-term pawn weakness. So right now, this trade is, the tension is there, but the tension is going to remain. Both players, neither player wants to be the one to trade, and Hikaru is going to play around the pawn. And what I mean by that is that you're basically just ignoring the pawn's existence and doing whatever you want next to it. And someone said, oh, but the en passant here. Well, that's what we want to encourage. We want to remove this white pawn from the center of the board so that our queen or maybe even our rook coming in from the corner can give protection to our advanced knight in the center of the board. So we're basically just trying to reinforce this knight, and any point where Fabi makes a capture with his pawn is going to help us keep that knight secure.
Is there ever a moment, what would have to happen for us to start worrying about black being able to take our rook on a8? Or
Well,
are we
in general,
there?
I would always be worried about it. But I will say that in addition to all the other stuff that's going on, there's also ideas now of just trapping the white rook as well in some variations. But yeah, so let's take a look here at white has moved more pieces over from the right side of the board to the left, closer to the white king. What if now they take the rook? And yeah, the situation is very much based on specific things. So here, if you take the knight, then you allow the trade of rooks down the middle, which will put the queen out of its kind of position, that sort of thing, and you lose your light squared bishop, which was an important contributor in your attack. But here, there's a trick with bishop takes d2. The bishop that was kind of doomed on the edge of the board, being blocked by its own pawns, suddenly springs to life, captures an important pawn. The bishop cannot be captured due to the fork, the knight attacking both the king and the queen. And, well, then you have to move the rook, and then yeah, honestly, it's not obvious to me why this is good for black while the other thing was not. But at the same time, I feel like this is the kind of position where Hikaru would thrive. Wow. Wow. Okay, so you have to take the pawn, but still no capture here because the knight checks the king and the queen attacks. Yeah. What was your question again, Fiona? When should we be afraid of it? We should
Yeah,
always
what?
be afraid of it. We should. Yeah, we should definitely be afraid of it. As it turns out, it works out, but it works out through very complicated means. But yeah, as long as it works in one variation, that's all that Hikaru needs.
And great question from Viento in the chat. We hadn't talked about it yet. When can they offer a draw? So the players are not allowed to offer a draw until after move 40. So starting from move 41, which we're a long way away from, Mr. Hammer. We're only on move 14. What are you making?
I still can't believe we haven't scrapped the draw offer, but
You'll die on that hill.
yeah, right. It's no sense.
We discussed time management in general quite a bit during the training match against A Wonder Liang, for those of you in the chat who were here. What do you make of the time management from both sides here during this first game?
Well, for Fabi, it hasn't been great, given that almost certainly this position is on the Chirillis, his opening helper's laptop, as we speak. Hikaru, on the other hand, I mean, I think he's dealt very well with a tricky prep from Fabiano. It would be better if Hikaru had spent a little less time. Maybe in particular, I'm thinking the move here, move knight to f5. I feel like he could have done that faster than 16 minutes. But for the continuation that came in, I think spending 20 minutes on this knight to d4 move is very justified. And well, now he's come up with a concept he's going to lean on for the next couple of moves. And I expect him to play bishop d7 and pawn to c5 rather rapidly moving forward.
We saw another game where there was a big time discrepancy between the two players. So, are you on board for another quick tour of the other games?
Let's do it, especially since it was such a promising position for white in every game. We'll start out with Pragnananda, white pieces against Anish Giri. And Giri has taken his isolated pawn and just pushed it as far up as possible.
I'm slightly surprised. I was really expecting by now, Rook would be on G8, but I understand there were other problems in this position. I guess Anish wants to hold on to that F pawn. But
Yeah, and
what
now
is
he's moved the pawn to a position where it's protected by the knight, and the knight is protected by a pawn. So the computer thinks Anish's position has deteriorated, but I actually like what he's done. I think he got off to a bad opening, on got off on the wrong foot, but now he's kind of fighting his way back into the game, and I think the way he has played makes a lot of sense. And yeah, this is not going to be an attacking game. It's going to be more of a positional grind, where Pragnananda tries to take out this f4 pawn, but I'm not convinced he's going to make it happen.
I see Deezy in the chat is predicting an insane time trouble for Anish. Anish is down quite a bit on time. It's not the end of the world yet, but he will definitely have to pick up the rhythm. But if we look
The
at the
time is a
last few
much
moves,
much bigger issue for Fabi than for Anish, in my opinion. The position is fairly clarified. Most of the tricky decisions to make, he's already made. And I think the next couple of moves coming up are fairly straightforward for Anish. So I'm gonna disagree, and I'm gonna say that Anish has plenty of time here.
okay, let's check in with Wei Yi, who's black against Blue Brown. That was, I think, the game where we saw the biggest time. Um, what's the in? Is the discrepancy the right word? The biggest time imbalance, let's say. And that time imbalance still very much exists. What's happening here? The queen is being chased around.
Apparently, the queen can take the rook. Takes, 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 takes. I don't know. This doesn't seem like much for Bluebell. I'm gonna say Bluebell just move his queen back, and if he
I think
gets
it
to
really
establish,
depends on how ambitious he is, right? Actually, this is a very interesting position to see his ambitions. Because if he's not feeling too ambitious, he might very well just take on e4 when it's very, very likely that this position just peters out quite quickly. And if he instead goes queen c3, I think that will tell us, okay, Matthias has really come to play.
yeah. And after queen c3, there's actually only one move for black to try and keep black in the game, which is not entirely obvious here. But the thing is, if the knight allows itself to gets to establish itself on the d4 square, it's going to be super, super powerful for the rest of the game. So bishop to g4 is the move. And
Actually,
he
we
does
just saw.
go queen c3.
Good on
Bishop
him.
g4 played instantly.
Okay.
And now there are some variations here that still ends up in a quick draw. I'm seeing rook d2 from the computer trying to once again get the knight into the center. And after takes, now if the rook moves, then white gets some pressure maybe against the central pawn, the two rooks working together. But there are some ideas here of queen up, sacrificing the rook, and then getting a perpetual check on white's king. So yeah, maybe it's a likely draw, but there's certainly stuff going on.
Okay, interesting. We'll come back here. It looks like Wei has done well actually to find a bunch of good moves when he was, under some pressure on the clock, and it looks like this game is now in even waters, and that leaves us Sindarov against Yesipenko to check out.
Which is anything but even, I would say. A very interesting strategic decision happening here with Syndra moving his knight up, trading off the black knight that was on the edge of the board. So normally you would say a knight on the edge, not a good piece. Here, Sindarov is voluntarily trading it off. Not only that, he's giving himself doubled pawns, but he has the belief that a rook's ability to point down on these two black bishops in the center may be more valuable than the disadvantage of the doubled pawns. Very interesting position. It
Who would you
feels
rather be here? I'm gonna say I kind of like black just because of the pawn majority on the queen side. I understand it's not gonna be so easy to, but just looking at the position, the first moment, I'm like, well, maybe I can push on my pawns on the queen side.
I I don't know. It's very difficult to evaluate. It may also depend on whether I'm facing a higher rated or a lower rated opponent.
I like this question from Deezy. Even though the question was only addressed to you, Hammer, I'm gonna turn it into a little prediction contest. And the question is, how many decisive games do you see today? So I suggest we both answer it. Do you want to go first or ladies first?
Ladies first, of course. I'm always the gentleman.
I'm gonna say one, but I'm not sure where it will come from, but I'll say one.
Well, I mean, you leave me no choice. I
But to
will
go with
say two.
two. I wasn't sure if you were gonna go two or zero, actually.
Oh no,
No?
you're crazy. I
So
was considering three. If you had said two, I was considering three. I'm very happy you didn't say two, because now I
I
feel like I
considered
get
zero,
both two and
actually.
three.
I did consider zero. I did not.
I don't see zero happening. I
I
think Fabi against Hikaru. I think we're going to see a winner, and then maybe a draw in Prague versus Giri, but Prague is somewhat better.
So you think it's more likely we'll see a decisive result in Fabi against Hikaru than Prague against Anish?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
Okay, Buibaum versus Vailly, probably a draw, but suddenly things happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sindarov versus Yesipenko. I mean, surely this is not going to be a draw.
Time will
Yeah, I don't
tell.
know. I
Yeah.
should I go three? It feels such a waste going three when you went
Hammer,
one.
don't go crazy. It's only the first day.
Well, I'm not going crazy. It's the players. Tell them to play safe.
So what was it gonna be? Two or three?
Yeah, I'm gonna say two, and then I'll take the moral victory if it's a three.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I do think that's fair. Um, okay, so this one, yeah, hard to. Did you even say if you would play white or black, or it was too
No,
tricky?
I did not.
Meanwhile, Fabi, how long has Fabi been thinking for?
It's been a while.
Very long time.
At least 20 minutes. but probably more.
But it was, wait, was
Maybe
B6
it's
played
35
before or
minutes.
after our break? It was played before our break, right? B6.
Oh, yeah. So it is like 35, 40, almost 40 minutes as Chait.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
That's crazy. But it goes to show what I'm saying, you know, Bishop D7, C5, super easy moves. I mean, someone in chat was saying that a different broadcast was preferring Fabi
And you're
and
thinking,
preferring
who are
White's
these
position. And
patzers?
I am, well, I'm just saying, I don't know who they've been listening to, but maybe they should realize that the reason Fabi is thinking right now is that he's not liking his position and that Hammer, as always, is correct.
What do you think? Let's do a little psychology. What do you think is going through Fabi's mind right now? Oh, as
Um,
he's like, better get make a move. Okay, rookie one. Fabi can't be too happy, right? I think it's fair. That's a fair assessment. I'm not saying he's necessarily unhappy, but I don't think he's sitting there thinking, this was my dream scenario. Or who knows?
I don't know. I rarely understand what these top guys are thinking, but I, I, this must be nice for Hikaru.
So Pratsnog is saying that Sense was saying that after Rookie 1, which has just been played in Queen D1, Hikaru would have some problems due to his A5 bishop.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that this bishop is not great, but I will then also say this knight is pretty splendid. And the only way that white can chase the black knight away is by using their knight to kind of counter it. And once white moves away the knight, then the bishop is back in business. Like, look at this diagonal. There's 3 pieces here. So white has to keep the knight here to keep the bishop out of play. But in doing that, in keeping the knight there, you're also making sure that you cannot chase away Hikaru's knight. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick to my guns. Hikaru's got a nice position.
After bishop d7, which was played very quickly by Hikaru, I think it's very likely Fabi this time got up from the board after his long, long think after Rookie 1, because here there is nothing to think about. Anything other than Queen d1 will lose on the spot. That's the only safe square for the queen. And if you were to block with knight b5, then of course you would be self-pinning, and a6 pawn push
I
would
have to
win the
give a
piece.
shout out in chat because I see a familiar name.
Yeah.
Sverre, my co-worker in Norwegian TV,
Hello, Sverre.
stopping by.
Good to see you here. Great to see Sverre, who's of course been around the chess world for a while. And but here isn't Norwegian TV is not covering, they're just doing anything that Magnus plays in, right?
Yeah,
So they'll be
unfortunately.
they'll be
Or
focused.
fortunately, depending on how you see it.
So they will be waiting. There is another event starting a few days from now, Granke Chess, which actually Peter Heiner was making a point on Twitter that the top 8 of Granke are actually higher rated than the top 8 of candidates. But I think that is because of the nature of how the qualification spots now. I don't want to say random, but it feels like 3 spots from the World Cup, which, this elimination format, at the end of the day,
Anything
almost
more than
anyone
one
is.
spot from
Yeah.
the World Cup is outrageous, in my opinion, just because it devalues the final.
Yeah.
Um, but I feel like the FIDE circuit that they introduced has been working rather well.
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind putting two extra spots in there somehow.
Yeah, I'd never stopped to. Did feel the same thing. I mean, the World Cup, I was not involved. I followed it as a fan, and it did feel very weird that the final was, I mean, useless in a from a sporting perspective, and the match for third place was a million times more important. But oh well. A discussion for another day. Those two moves, hammer bishop d7 followed by c5, have been a part of Hikaru's plan for the last few moves. He hasn't spent any time on blitzing them out, and now the ball is back in Fabiano's court. Maybe let's one more time just check the line first. What would happen if Fabiano in this spot takes the rook on a8?
So pawn takes pawn, opening up the attack on the rook. Bishop takes back, bishop now making a threat. If bishop takes rook, queen takes back, the queen and knight are working together against the f3 square. So that needs to be prevented. If pawn to f3, then bishop takes on c4. Black has a pawn and a bishop in trade for the rook, and in general, kind of menacing pieces as well. And note that if you trade the rooks and then try to get the rook pointing down on the queen afterwards, the queen can sacrifice itself to set up a nice fork. And at the end of this variation, it's 2 pawns up, actually 3 pawns up for Hikaru. So that's all well and dandy. But what about knight to d5? Saying that, okay, you may have a pawn, but if you make the capture, then you're trading off some of your most valuable attacking pieces. Engine says bishop takes d2. So we actually spoke about this earlier, that the only way for black to challenge the knight in the center. So, but here it's kind of different. The white knight had to move, but that opens up for the bishop. So it's more about how we discussed that the black bishop is out of play. But once the knight moves, opportunities arise. And here, immediately capturing the pawn is fantastic. The recapture doesn't work because of the fork. Therefore, there's a threat against the rook, so the rook has to move. When the rook moves, now we make the capture in the center because now we're threatening the white rook as well. The white rook has to trade off. But now, so here, black has a knight and a pawn in trade for a rook, but our attack on the diagonal has kind of disappeared. Luckily, there is this a very nice move, queen to e4, renewing the threat of knight to f3. White plays f3 to expand the rook's control. And now, like a move like queen to d3, which would attack this bishop and in general just establish themselves inside white's half, Engine says much better for white. Instead, the move is to take the pawn, because if queen takes bishop, knight gives a check on the king, while at the same time, the queen attacks the white queen. And therefore, the bishop somehow is still immune. And if the king tries to get away, oh, then we're taking another pawn. So, yeah, I guess it's mainly about just, making the calculations, to be honest. Like
And that explains why the players are spending, why Fabi, is spending so much time over the last few moves. Hikaru had his plan, he did spend quite a bit of time earlier. Then he came up with this plan, so now he was able to move faster. But yeah, for Fabi, I don't think he will go and grab the rook in the corner. Most of the lines we've seen didn't look too promising. If you don't grab the rook, then what is your plan with white in
Well,
this?
the computer top choice is bishop to b2, which I think we can just start there. Because right now, this pawn protected by another pawn, these are just shutting the bishop out of the game. So if this bishop is going to contribute, it needs to step back at some point.
That makes a
Might
lot
as
of
well just
sense.
do it
Yeah.
immediately. And now computer is suggesting we get this rook out of the diagonal,
I was
which,
gonna say I feel like let's just get the rook out just in case.
yeah, makes
Then we don't
super
need to
sense.
worry. Yeah.
Super sense to me. Rook one step, I think, is fine. Maybe in some, there's a world where we open up for our rook to point down on white's bishop. And now here, I think my main source of concern is something like queen h5. Like maybe there's a lot of white pieces pointing in this general direction. Like that would be the only thing I would that would stress me a little bit.
Can we try and trade queens starting with a move like yeah, I was wondering if queen f6 was even a thing. Queen f6 followed by queen g6.
Oh, I was thinking h6, queen
Yeah.
g5.
Mm.
Kind of same idea, right?
Yep.
Going for the queen trade. But sure, we can. Well,
Yeah, I was wondering. That's why I was hesitant. I am always a bit wary of putting my queen in the line of fire of a bishop like that.
yeah.
But if it works, it
If it works,
works.
it works. Yeah.
Mm.
I guess maybe here.
Yeah, if I have to
And
revert
yeah,
to
now
h6.
h4 is being suggested, which is just about preventing the queen
Mhm.
trade, right?
Mm.
So here, white manages to cover the squares we needed to trade off the queens, but engine's still optimistic on black's behalf.
I don't understand. Sorry, Hara, if we can look at b5 in a second. I'm so confused that bishop takes c3 is considered as the top choice here because I don't understand why. You had convinced me, that bishop on a5 makes sure the knight cannot move from c3. We're just, waiting. Why would the computer suddenly want to give up this bishop?
I think it has to do with just if pawn takes, the bishop on b2 is being blocked by its own pawn. And if you take back with a bishop,
Bishop?
then your knight is safe for the long term.
Uh-huh.
But it's kind of not safe also, right? Because now the bishop is going to trade for the knight at some point.
Yeah, I'm surprised computer likes this quite a bit
And
for
this is one of those moves that's like it's safe,
yeah.
but it's not going to win you the game, kind of. And also there are some concerns, right? Because at some point there's going to be a trade and knight to d5. So you always have to be
Hmm.
aware of potentially this knight jumping forward, and then you don't have to deal with that after the trade. But I don't think it's an accident that this is being recommended after pawn to h4, because after other moves, it's not a recommendation, or at least not the number one recommendation. And it has to do with some specific stuff that here the bishop has access to the h3 square because the
Oh.
pawn is blocking the queen's path.
Okay, yeah, I mean it's quite deep, right? When h4 has to be played for bishop takes knight to make sense and be good, then yeah, we're talking details. And Hammer, you were gonna show us a different line. Instead of taking on c3, which I was curious about, you were looking at b5 for black.
Oh yeah, I thought you were on h3. Yeah, I think just in, oh sorry, here first. Yeah, I think putting the rook on b8 has some merit. And there are some ideas where we can open up for our rook down here. It's a possibility. I think the main thing is Hikaru is, as far as I can tell, not in trouble whatsoever. And he's gotten now a 20-minute time advantage. He's played his last two moves in an average of 40 seconds, while Fabiano's last two moves have been an average of, well, 20 minutes, but one move in 40 minutes and the other one pretty much
We,
instantly.
we also should remind our viewers, even though this time, and shout out to Jaren, of course, who has made this whole um, overlay. This time the viewers can see the move number, but I think it's quite important to point out that we're only on move 16 here. It's still very early doors in the grand scheme of
I
things.
believe like half an hour ago, I said
Yeah.
that Fabi is going to be in a lot more time trouble than Anish.
Mhm.
I believe that's on the record.
I believe so. That is certainly on the record. I'm curious, so maybe Fabi will get on into more trouble on the clock, but will Anish get in more trouble on the board? Can we do a take a very quick look there? And seems like maybe Prague is making a little progress.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I still think Anish's position is pretty straightforward to play. You just got to bring the king in. Knight g5, you're threatening. So I was happy with this thing, right? The pawn is protected by the knight, and the knight is protected by the pawn, which is why Pragnananda needs to attack the root, the thing holding everything together. And if that pawn falls, then the knight is in trouble. And if the knight is in trouble, the pawn will have issues as well. And I thought Anish could just bring his king in, but apparently this is good for. Is it because h6? No. You manage to force the king back away from the e6 square, and then you get the rook up to e6. So first you provoke the pawn into moving forward. That means the knight is vulnerable, and you manage to force the black king away from the center so that the rook can return. And here the coordination of these guys is
This
not
looks
working out.
awful. This looks really bad suddenly for Anish. I know we're not there yet, but
I'm not sure he can avoid it because king here. Yeah, no, this is just a transposition.
yeah. What do we think? Anish in quite serious trouble?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not liking your one decisive game guess, that's for sure.
Well,
Well, I'm liking it, but for different reasons.
you like it for me, but more so for yourself.
Yeah, I think one decisive game is way too little based on. But one game that may be
Oh,
decided
oh,
is Bluebound versus Vailly.
yeah.
Bluebound did move his rook up. There's a trade with the knight for bishop, and instead of moving the rook that's under attack, Vailly plays queen d7. And now if Bluebound just tries to continue attacking over here, apparently this can be dangerous.
Dangerous.
Honestly, it doesn't look super dangerous. So Bluebound
Yeah, but
may very well go down this path.
yeah, but
But
let's just see what if in that final position after King F1, if I take um if I take on D5 and play Queen H3, I just feel like what's the point in risking this for, or do you think white can be better here?
oh, white can be better here. assume.
Okay, yeah, then he might play on now the first, there was already a decision earlier where we felt Matthias could potentially go into a line that would very, very likely simplify and lead to a draw, but this time the decision is much more clear cut even. Either we'll see a handshake after Matthias' next move or the game goes on. Do you think Matthias could be tempted by the fact that Wei is down to 34 minutes to play
I
on?
mean, I think that would be the main justification for
Yeah.
playing on, that he's had a reasonable opening, which has given him a time advantage. He no longer has the superior position, but time advantages can become positional advantages, right? As players make mistakes.
Absolutely. We will see what Matthias decides to do for now. Let's quickly check in with a crazy position between Sindarov and Yesipenko before we go back to Hikaru.
Um, yeah, I, I I think it's very likely to be a decisive result, but in whose favor, I have no idea.
Okay, what's H4 about?
Well,
Knight.
probably he wants to go knight g5. So he's reinforcing the g5 square. So if you go knight to g5 here, then the knight is captured, and then there's some kind of f4, bishop f5, which should be strategically favorable for black, trading off the bishop pair. So but he still wants to go with this knight move. So he plays h4 first,
So
ready to capture in toward the middle.
I'm always hesitant with a move like h6 because yes, on one hand, I stop you from coming to g5. On the other hand, I weaken my
Yeah,
light
h6 is not
squares.
happening.
Do you think it's too weakening?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's happening.
Why not? Um,
Well, because you just said you would be hesitant. Why do
yeah,
I have
because
to
of
justify?
no, but I said I would be hesitant because the light squares suddenly become quite a lot weaker.
Yeah,
But I'm not
why am
sure.
not I allowed to use that excuse
No,
then?
no, but I'm asking more concretely, like do we it looks worrisome. It's always gonna look worrisome to weaken your king somewhat, but can white actually take advantage of it?
I think I'm more of the I'm not sure knight g5 is doing anything crowd, so I'm not sure we need to prevent it.
Mm.
Um, so if we do something like maybe even g6, I don't know if this is outrageous. Maybe we should wait playing
That
g6
looks
until.
outrageous.
Well, I was just thinking in general, this kind of position here,
Hmm.
like if you take with this pawn, then you're screwed. If you take with this pawn, also highly problematic.
Also highly screwed.
Um, so yeah, I just think I'm not sure knight g5 is a threat because knight
Mm.
g5 moves away from these quite important dark squares where the black pawns may suddenly start just pushing forward. So
Hammer.
it's not that h6, it's not, I mean, it's a bit weakening, but mostly it's unnecessary, I think.
Yeah,
I think we want white to go knight g5. Okay,
we've had a move.
what do I know?
The timing of that was impeccable. Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to this one later. We'll see what happens with those light squares around the Black King. Bishop b2 was the move that we were expecting, of course, from Fabi, and in turn, I think we only discussed Rook b8, right? Which seemed very logical.
I would expect Rook b8 to come in less than 2-3 minutes. I think it's fairly straightforward. It's a useful move, gets out of the diagonal. You don't have to deal with this concern. anymore.
So let's go back to after rook b8, because I don't think we explored your idea of playing h6 immediately to swap queens in that line instead.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Queen H5 isn't even a computer top choice
Yeah.
anywhere close. So it was just more my general sense that if I'm gonna be afraid of something here on Hikaru's behalf, it's bringing the white queen in. But yeah, we can take a look at it. Queen to h5. We looked at queen f6, which was actually quite useful, just trying to get inch closer to the white queen and try to trade it off. Maybe that's the reason queen h5 is no good, because it just encourages black to go for those queen trades when the only real thing Fabi can do to justify that the black knight is better in the center than white's best placed piece is to go on an attack.
I'm curious, Hammer. In this line, when the white queen comes out and has attacking potential, it makes a lot of sense to me that we want to trade queens. But in general, if you were offered right now as black, if you want, you can take both queens off the board. Is that something you would want to do?
I mean, I think Hikaru's happy to get the queens off. Yeah. I'm excited about this next move, right? Because
Mm,
okay, that bishop back, Fabi spent 40 minutes on rookie one, and
yeah.
then 17 minutes on the bishop retreat. Like he has no idea what to do next, which means the idea he settles for next is going to be very interesting. It's going to give us a lot of information on how he feels he can, okay, maybe this is controversial, but survive this position.
It's not so interesting because rook e1, then suddenly the next moves were quite obvious, both queen d1 and bishop b2. But now we're again in a spot where there's no obvious move or obvious plan, but Fabi cannot afford another long think like he had before. I mean, he would quite literally lose on time. And I think all of these factors, I'm starting to see where you're coming from, where you say, to avoid being in serious trouble, because I think it all adds up now for Fabi, the fact that there is no clear plan. He is quite low on time. Yes, the computer still thinks his position is fine, but I'm with you that from a practical point of view, I'm liking Hikaru's chances.
And so with rook to b8, Hikaru's intending to push b5 at some point. Engine is suggesting a4 for white to avoid that. But now e5 is a very interesting strategic decision.
Mm-hmm.
And the point is basically that I think you're just going to go f. I mean, you're just pushing these pawns forward in the center, and white doesn't really have any clear short-term plan. Like if you try to move the rook up, I feel like maybe we just push. Oh, engine hated that. Okay, at the very least, if at any point Fabi plays rook e3, we can always just make a draw. Like that's worst case scenario. But even here, like knight to d6, blockading the pawn and then pushing forward seems like a very interesting idea as well. Interesting. Engine always wants pawn to f6. Just put the pawns on the dark squares, maybe then give away the dark squared bishop, but you have the pawns to compensate for it. and then do some sort of a light square strategy.
I have to say, the more we look at this, the more I actually really like this for Hikaru. It really feels, even to my eyes, a lot easier to play for white.
Isn't Svidler and
For black,
Gusti is
sorry,
doing
easier.
commentary? Are they the ones saying this is better for
No,
white?
it was Snake Sense. It was mentioned in the chat that it was Snake
Okay.
Sense who said that.
My Swedish teammate. I should avoid saying
Bad
that
things.
I know better.
Hammer, can white ever play f4? Try and, push
Yeah.
those.
No, I think maybe that's what he has to do, right? Because it prevents the plan that Hikaru is considering right now. And it's not clear how you activate your pieces. Maybe you just as well just, I don't know, push stuff forward. But then this b5 move comes in. And what's interesting about this b5 move is that you don't even have to recapture and lose out on your well-placed knight in the center. You can even play this one, a6.
And if he takes, oh, that's a bishop.
That's a
Okay,
bishop.
that is bishop. That is indeed a bishop, I can confirm. And if he doesn't take, well, we'll just recapture with the pawn
Well,
and
to
be
be fair, you
happy.
can go a4 and then it's a draw, probably. Everything kind of gets traded off on the queen side.
Yeah.
We have 14,000 viewers right now. So commentators dispute or not, there are 14,000 people who know where to get the best analysis. So we want to give you guys a little shout out while I make sure to compliment myself at the same time.
I love it. Thank you so much to all of you who are here with us. Who are with us today. And I saw questions earlier asking, will you guys be here the entire time? Yes, we will. Hammer and I will be taking you through every single game of this tournament. Greetings to everyone. I see one greeting from Germany. I'm always curious, where are people watching for? Who's getting up really early to watch this? Who's staying up really late? But you guys always so supportive in the chat, and we really, really appreciate it. Sweden, I see an enemy in the chat, has been spotted, Hammer.
What do you mean enemy? I am their king. Four-time consecutive Swedish team champion. Just putting it out there.
Just saying. When does, yeah, I was gonna ask you, when does the time situation get critical for Fabi? But I think we've already entered that territory, right?
It is. And also what it signifies. The fact
Hmm.
that he cannot make up his mind, that he cannot make a decision, it goes to that he's clearly uncomfortable with his position.
So he's what? He still needs to make 23 moves. Um, so that's 1.5 minute per move, not even. I always, for me, when I was under 1 minute per move, then it was like, okay, we need to do something about this. But I feel like this is already territory where I was like, that's not a lot of time for a lot of moves, and in a critical position. It's not like the position is simplified in any way. What are you looking at in the chat, Hammer?
Well,
What
I'm
have
just
you?
saying there's a guy asking reigning Swedish champion, and I'm like, four times in a row. Teams, though, but that's the only way they let me play their competitions.
I see somebody's talking about Anish losing his first. Oh, we have a
Well, we have a
result. We
result.
have a result.
So Bleebound did decide that taking the rook was the most prudent choice. considering that there were some attacking chances against the white king if you let the rook live. And so the first result of the day, it's a draw between Bleebaum and Vailly.
We not only have a result, we also have 10 gifted subscriptions to the community from Hugo M. So thank you so much, Hugo, for that. Already 123 subscriptions gifted in this channel. We really, really appreciate it. And well, it's thanks to you guys that we are here and that we get the chance to do this show. So thank you as always. And Hammer, how critical are things looking for Anish?
Let's jump in there. We're at the position we actually analyzed last time we were here. Rook back. Basically, Pragnananda is trying to force this pawn to move so that he later on can return with his rook and chase the black knight out of its defensive position. It's all about this constellation. The weak black pawn is protected by the knight is protected by the pawn, but there are no one protecting the protector. And the rook cannot move to protect because it will get captured either by the knight or by the bishop. And so this pawn is no longer going to be on this square after the next move. And then it becomes an issue when the white rook manages to return. So I would say very serious trouble for Anish Giri.
And we saw just from afar that the eval bar in the game between Sindarov and Yesipenko has gone ever so slightly in black's favor. That something happened there.
Nothing really happened, but the engine seems to favor the 3 versus 1. Sorry, 3 versus 2 that Yesipenko has going on the queen's side.
I mean, I always liked, I was gonna ask you a question about this position earlier, because when we checked in on this a while ago, I said I like black purely because of this pawn majority on the queen side. But I feel one of my problems as a chess player is I'm a little bit like a horse with the, you know, the things to cover the eyes vision. And I very easily get tunnel vision when I play chess. And what I mean is here as black, I'm only thinking, how can I push those pawns on the queen side? That's sort of my only, you know, my only plan. But I understand looking, you know, at the top engine lines, there is nothing, there is no, you know, immediate, okay, A5 is of course a suggestion, but in general, I don't feel like that's the straightforward plan
Yeah,
to push
computer
this pawn.
definitely preferred A6 to moving it 2 steps forward, which
So what is the plan if it's not just, you know, brute forcing your way through the queen side? Like, is one plan to double rooks on the e file, move the bishop away from e7, double rooks on the e file, or which pieces do we want to trade? Which ones do we want to keep?
I mean, I would respond if I had an answer for you.
I know.
I don't really understand
I
what's going
suddenly
on
re
in this game.
Uh,
You know, I mean, it's a tricky position.
we'll see what the
So
player.
probably if the knight and bishop is traded off, probably white is much better. But
Mhm.
right now, the problem for Sindarov is that his bishop is completely stuck. It cannot get back. And as long as Yesipenko does not capture the bishop, it means that the white knight is unable to get into the game. So if we go back one step, if knight takes, yeah, so see here, engine says winning for white. Because here the white knight manages to kind of make its presence felt. But with the bishop being there instead, the bishop is standing in the way of the knight, but also the knight cannot find a different path to get involved, because once you start moving the knight away, then you make the trade.
Mm.
Because now with the white knight unable to recapture and start making threats on the queen and such, you're in a bit of a pickle. You can't take with this pawn because that allows a pawn push. You cannot take with that pawn because that allows a pawn push. So you have to take with the rook, but then, you know, your rook gets chased. So basically, probably what has to happen here at some point is that there's an exchange sacrifice. Wow. And now he wants to take back with this guy so that you get the knight here. And in order to prevent the knight from getting there, you have to sacrifice this pawn.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I'm gonna excuse myself for
Yeah.
feeling like I don't really understand what's going on, because this is some crazy stuff.
Excuse accepted. Hammer, we have a move. Fabi has decided to play a4 and gets a green star.
Yeah, okay. Well done by Fabi making a decision and also preventing Hikaru's most obvious plan, which means that now Hikaru's going to have to think for the first time in like 5 moves, because his primary idea was prevented. And so we got to figure out what's next. I kind of like the computer's suggestion of pawn to e5. I could be a fan of that. Pawn to a6 seems very obvious, considering that, okay, white is trying to prevent pawn to b5. Well, then we're just gonna increase our influence there. So that's super sensible. And then weirdly to me, bishop takes knight is rather high up on the list of recommended moves. The idea being, if pawn takes, then this pawn is standing in the way of the bishop. So probably bishop takes is better, but now we're allowing our pride and joy, the knight on d4, to be captured. So we
And the
got rid
computer
of.
doesn't even want to capture it.
Yeah. Well, the bishops, they're powerful.
Yeah. So
No,
I've
but
heard a
after
certain
something like this,
someone.
you don't really have a choice. You have to capture here at some point. I was thinking something like this could be equal, but yeah. Suddenly, engine is starting to like white. We don't want this to happen. So I'm gonna veto. I'm gonna veto. Bishop takes c3. Yes, it gets rid of the worst placed black piece, but it also eliminates the best placed piece. So I'm fine with having this bishop having pretty little influence on the game, as long as it helps keep the knight on d4 in place.
So what, you're still team e5?
I kind of like this idea still, yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, he plays a6. So I think what this tells me is that Hikaru is happy to just make a draw. The plan with this move is quite obviously to go pawn to b5, which will trade off this, and this pawn. And whenever you get a position with no pawns on the queen side, it's gonna peter out to a draw with very, very high frequency. So to me, this looks like, yeah, Hikaru likes his knight in the center, but he doesn't like his bishop on the edge. And the strength of the knight and the weakness of the bishop kind of evens themselves out. So he's just gonna push b5, trade a lot of stuff, and make a draw. I'm starting to maybe like your one decisive game again.
Well, I don't know. Like I'm starting to think that even if this ends in a draw, not all is lost for you. I think there's still a high chance of something happening in Sindarov against Yasipenko.
True.
Uh,
But either Anish or yeah, the thing is, I don't even know who would want to try to force a draw in the Yesipenko game.
yeah. Yeah, I think
Uh,
because let me quickly see the time situation in that game. Like they are only on move 21 and they both have around 40 minutes. So I think we could see a big time scramble there
yeah, it's
potentially.
going to be a
Unless
very exciting game to follow. How can it be a draw? Fabi is in time trouble, says Edward. Well, it's easy to play quickly if there are no pieces remaining on the board. I think that's the quickest way of summing that up.
Okay, so if you're Fabi now, how do you okay.
Wow. Okay, that was the top engine move. I'm kind of impressed by that from Fabi because we've been avoiding making that trade for so long. So Hikaru is going to take back with the bishop. But the point of making this trade for Fabi is that he enables himself to use the d5 square for a piece rather than a pawn. Hikaru obviously is going to go b5, take, take. But instead of taking here, Fabi is going to take this one. Take, 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 take. Yeah, this is going to be a draw, I would think.
There was this one Queen H5 flashed up for a second.
Yeah, but Fabi is not going to be in a position to sacrifice his bishop for unclear compensation with the time he has left.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting position, but
I
one
mean,
that
it's interesting, but there's no way Fabi can
Fabi's
allow
gonna.
himself to do this with the time he has remaining. I'm amazed the computer thinks white is better. I mean,
Me too. Rook E8 looks
it's a
very.
bishop for 2 pawns. It
Yeah.
looks rather safe for Hikaru.
Uh,
But
I'm
there are
also.
some ideas with the queen getting a check on the king. And yeah, so I guess if you cannot hold the central pawn, then Fabi should never lose. But I don't see him winning this either.
Um, do you think that's the most likely thing to happen? Not this position, which we, I think,
Yeah,
both agree
so
on, but
bishop takes is fairly obvious. You want to make the counter threats. Knight to d5 is you need to prevent the bishop from capturing this pawn. b5, you want to attack the pawn that is defending the knight in the center. Take, take. I don't see how you avoid that. Take, take. I don't see how you avoid that. Here, engine is saying pawn to c5. Which is wild.
okay, let's see that. So what's the main difference? So if we take on d5 again,
Is basically this pawn could be dangerous.
Mhm.
And we're not getting rid of it that easily.
Is Queen e5 not a thing? And rook d8. Oh, oh, you have a little threat.
Combo move, both
Yeah.
protecting and threatening. But yeah, here the engine was giving queen g5. Because we're actually threatening this. Who said our bishop is useless? We're actually making a threat.
Uh,
Um, and here engine wants knight f4, but I mean, up a pawn. there's no way white is better here. Like black is up a pawn. You can say all you want about the bishop on e4 being super strong, and it is, but better for white, I'm not buying that.
And it's very hard to buy that the queen and the bishop pretty much alone can drum up enough attack to make up for the material deficit.
Yeah, no, so I'm not a believer here. Um Also, I think Fabi's reasonably happy to make a draw.
Do
Given
you
the
think
time
this could
situation.
be this could be a situation where both players are not unhappy with making a draw?
Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Mm,
I think when Hikaru plays a6, he's quite clearly saying, "I'm happy with the draw."
mm.
Like he's indicating that he just wants to trade off all the pawns on the queen side. Yeah, and this is just opposite colored
Yeah.
bishops. Uh, so I'm expecting this to happen.
I think we
But we'll
have to
see.
say though that Fabi has played really well. He's been spending a lot of time in parts of the game, but every time he spent a long time, he actually did come up not only with a good move, but with a good plan.
Yeah, I mean he's playing the computer's top moves,
Yeah.
but it begs the question: what was his prep?
Yeah.
And does he realize after the game that he was unhappy with his prep? Because all the way, Engine was preferring white,
Mm,
but we were sitting here saying, yeah, well, from a practical point of view, for a human, I would rather be black.
mm.
And I would be shocked if he in the press conference said something other than, I wasn't sure I liked my position after a while.
Yeah, I'm also curious how much he's gonna give away in regards to his prep, where it
Yeah.
started. I expect he will give away nothing, at least not at this point of
And I agree with Eris. Well, half of what Eris says. Not the forget about Fabi part, but Hikaru has played even better. Like Hikaru has been playing Fabi's prep. And even after Fabi was out of prep and still playing all the computer top choices, we were still like, oh, yeah, oh, it's a bit disappointing that the game is about to peter out to a draw. Like, we're disappointed after Fabi has played all the computer moves, which I think goes to show that Hikaru's decisions have been on point.
Absolutely, and not only his decisions, but he has clearly put in the work as well when it comes to opening prep, because there is no way that Hikaru um, could have guessed what Fabi was gonna play today. Fabi could have played anything, or could have played e4, could have played d4, c4, knight f3. Um, so yeah.
I'm not even sure I thought Hikaru's prep was that good. It's just that his reaction outside of prep was also really, really good. Like the moment where we're 100% sure he was still in prep is that he knew about this idea with
Mm,
knight takes pawn and then not recapturing the knight, but rather doing this freaky b4 move.
yeah,
Like here, Hikaru was playing so quickly, he clearly knew about this. But already here, Hikaru was on his own. And I feel like he solved the issues very impressively.
for sure. And I'm very curious. I think it's likely that we will be hearing from Hikaru after the game, and it will be interesting to hear his thoughts, of course. What is his theory as to? I don't think he will reveal either what exactly he knew. I don't think he's gonna reveal, is this something he had prepared for someone else, which seems to be a theory in chat. Of course, these guys, you know, they are they Hikaru likes to make content, and he likes to show up here and makes his recaps, but he's not gonna give away anything at all that could potentially, give away something to his opponents for future rounds. Why is Hikaru spending quite a bit of time here? I'm a little.
Someone is in chat is posting the chess.com accuracy ratings, and both players are in the high 98s, which
No.
basically means perfect game.
Yeah, so far it's truly been basically flawless. It could very well be a game that remains almost perfect until the end, if not too much more happens, but we're not there yet. If not bishop takes, then is Hikaru thinking, I guess, of taking with the rook?
Yeah, the rook is really the only possible alternative. But like we want to control the d5 square, right? This is where Fabi is trying to jump in with the knight. So it doesn't make sense to me that we have a move that opens not only one but two pieces to control the very important d5 square, and to take with the rook instead. Then it feels wrong to me. And here is something like rook to e3. I mean, you can play like this, but I think Hikaru is gonna take with the bishop. That's the main reason I'm not looking at much else.
I also, to be honest, I thought that bishop e6 was gonna be played near instantly. Um, but yeah, it's hard to see what could possibly tempt him there.
Jay in chat is reminding us that Hikaru has another black game tomorrow. So there's one player who gets the unfortunate thing of getting two black games to start the tournament. But that also does mean that in the final 12 rounds, he has 7 whites and 5 blacks. So I don't think Hikaru's very opposed to
It's
starting with
actually
the.
exactly in the middle of so Hikaru is playing black against Yasipenko tomorrow, and then exactly in the middle of the tournament when he plays Fabi in round 8 and Yasipenko in round 9. That's when he will get the double black, the double white.
So I don't think that's. I don't think he's necessarily unhappy
No.
to be the one with the 2 blacks, as long as he doesn't lose any of the black games.
And Hammer, let's go. I was gonna say let's go back for a second to Sindarov against Yasipenko, but not much has actually happened. I saw the bar drop a bit more, and it's maybe we can go for a second because I find it interesting that Sindarov isn't really doing anything
Oh,
yet.
sorry.
Okay,
I
let's
was
start
just
here.
gonna quickly
Let's
do
start
Prague
here.
first, just
Let's do
because
this first.
I'm a
We've been
creature
doing
of
it all the
habit.
time. I know I was gonna take you out of our routine.
So actually, a mistake here by Pragnananda. The engine wanted him to get the rook all the way back. Instead, he's tried to stay in the sphere of the f4 pawn. But this allowed Anish Giri to push forward in the center of the board, shutting out the bishop's influence, especially toward the f6 square. In the meantime, he did manage to win the pawn on the edge of the board, but Anish now feels more comfortable with the situation because the knight is struggling to get back into the game. And more importantly, the knight is unable to chase the black king, which in turn means the black king is here to control the e6 square, which means the rook is unable to attack the knight, which means the knight is safely defending the weakness on f4. So pawn up for Pragnananda, but a wayward knight on the edge.
Would you say this is more likely to end in a draw or in a white one?
Draw.
And then, yeah, this mysterious game between Sindarov and Yasipenko. I was curious, the past two moves that Sindarov played were innocuous looking moves, G3 and King G2, but the computer didn't really like either of them. Is that just an indication that this plan is a step in the wrong direction?
I think it was
Too
more of
slow?
that the engine really liked the move bishop f7 and felt that black should have done this on the previous move.
Hmm.
That it's more about how moving the bishop out here on the edge of the board was very favored. Still very difficult to assess, but
It's funny how we talked about the weakening of
there's
black light squares, but in fact it could be white who ends up in some trouble on the light squares around on the king.
yeah, good point.
Yeah.
No control here of the light squares, and the bishop is coming in to take advantage. If you give Yasipenko a couple of moves in a row, uh, like this sort of thing is very big. Like if one bishop managed to reroute itself to point at the d4 pawn, and then the other bishop targets the knight that's covering these two things that the black knight is targeting. Like this is very good for Yasipenko. So he's got something going on. He could be the one win you need.
And what a win that would be for him, right? Yasipenko, it's also his first time playing in the candidates. He came incredibly close a couple of years ago. Remember, I talked earlier about the Grand Swiss, which Hikaru qualified from. Yasipenko was always near the top of that tournament, but a loss in the last round cost him dearly. So, in a sense, I'm glad to see Yasipenko get this chance to prove himself. And I mean, if he can get a win with the black pieces in game one, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
And then he gets Hikaru in game two.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're happy to get, Fabi versus Hikaru first game of the tournament, and then Hikaru going up against the tournament leader in the second. I mean, it would the headlines are writing themselves.
They certainly are. Eris is saying, don't underestimate Yasipenko. I was never underestimating Yasipenko. I literally opened the show or very near the start. I said, he beat Magnus at Tata Steel a few years ago. He's always been a great talent. And he did just get married. I saw on Instagram he's in Cyprus with his wife, part of the support team. As we mentioned, his main second is David Paravian. I imagine that he has quite a few, big hitters behind him, as well as he has the full, the full support. I think he's a bit the golden boy, right, of the Russian Chess Federation now. What? You look so focused. You scare me every time you're so focused on something. I'm like,
No, I'm just G the stud is unhappy with my
with the what?
pronunciation of
Of
Yesipenko. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. In
yeah,
Russian,
it's
the E
definitely yes,
is a
Penko.
J first.
But
Yesipenko.
maybe he's joking because I think it's a joke that we're just not getting because it couldn't be what he's saying.
Let's go back to Hikaru, who's still thinking of whether to use the bishop or the rook for the recapture. Of all the places Hikaru would spend a lot of time, this was not top of my list.
I'm also very confused.
Making fun of his name in Spanish. Oh, well, I have no Spanish knowledge, so I could not catch up on that.
Yeah, I have
Hikaru does take with the bishop.
okay.
I
I was
think
gonna
that
be
made a
very
lot of sense.
harsh. I like you. What's his username again? He always writes stuff in Luxembourgish as well. I do speak a little Spanish. I can see where the joke, but it was, yeah. Okay, if you say it's funny, I'll grant you. Gee, this done. Greetings from Bulgaria. Greetings from someone was asking
What?
earlier. What is what?
Hikaru didn't go b5.
Okay, I heard you shouting, I was worried something bad had happened. He didn't go b5, which we were expecting, right? Because he did play a6, indicating b5 was the plan. But queen d6 is actually the move that gets the green star, surprisingly.
Yeah, so you're saying I shouldn't be too
No, yeah, you shouldn't
upset.
scare us exactly. I
Yeah.
think you also scared some people in chat.
Um, but b5 was very straightforward, no? Fabi has a very funky move here. Bishop c3. And now you cannot take this bishop because then after pawn takes, the knight is under attack. And if the knight moves, then we attack the knight again. And when the knight moves, your queen is undefended. So knight comes in, check on the king. Take the knight, but lose the queen.
I like this comment from Baby 11. Hammer, stop scaring us. We don't understand chess.
Well, if you did understand chess, then you would be surprised by minuscule differences in move orders and such.
Yeah, that's a crazy line. That's not something we want to fall for.
So yeah, bishop c3. What an intriguing and unexpected resource. The thing is, even if the trade here happens, probably we don't hate that. Like we would be happy, in fact, to open up for the rook along the b file and secure the fact that white can never take our knight in the center again. So on consideration, bishop to c3 doesn't make sense because giving black a doubled pawn on the flank isn't actually a bad thing for us. So probably the move is rook e3, and then b5. And what is the big difference? Because now if bishop takes knight, the
They could
recapture
attempt it.
threatens the rook.
Mhm.
That's quite a significant difference.
That's deep, Hammer. Finally, we know what Hikaru was thinking about. He wasn't thinking about whether to recapture on e6 with the bishop or the rook. It's more likely he was planning his sneaky little follow-up.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because oftentimes I'm like, okay, he took with the bishop, and then after knight d5, now he's thinking. I would criticize him, right? I
Hmm.
would be like, oh, but when you took with the bishop, there was only one move for white. You should have known your follow up.
Hmm.
But that also makes it weird for us when he's like, is he really considering taking with the rook? And maybe he was for a little bit, but mostly he was considering what to do in this occasion. Not, and the reason you want to think ahead like that is you don't want to give your opponent the information. You want your opponent to still have to think between is he going to take with a rook or with the bishop, even though you have moved on past that point in your head.
Hmm. And I honestly, I like Hammer what he has done, to spend a bit of time. I think it's like no?
I really dislike this. I think if b5 worked, he should have just tried to kill the game immediately. Um,
Do you think that in a sense maybe Queen D6 is the more ambitious? It is the more ambitious move that's trying to keep the game alive rather than killing it?
I don't know because it might be he wants to kill it, but he saw. So to me, this queen d6, it tells me that he's concerned about these kind of things, right? What's the
Mhm.
point of queen d6? He wants to control the c5 square so that stuff like this doesn't happen. He wants to move the queen up so that he has connection between his rooks, so that he's actually threatening to take the knight instead of his queen getting diverted away from the protection in the center.
Hammer,
So
the time has come. Do you know what time?
break.
Fabi is no. Fabi is under a minute per move.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
The panic.
But
That was always my panic time. Once I'm under a minute per move, I was like, oh God, gotta strap in.
but I mean, last time you played a game without increments must have been like two
4 years.
decades ago.
Could be, yeah.
Do you also get panicked when you have 1 minute left, even if you get the 30 seconds extra per move?
I used to be very, let's not go there. That's gonna be a long therapy session. It used to be one of my strongest suits that I was quite calm under pressure. But then I think the fact that I didn't play for a long time and I had one tournament where just every time I was under 10 minutes, just my brain was gone. So I'll have to play again to see. I think it more like less fixed itself, but that was a very unpleasant experience where, just and there was nothing I could do during that tournament. Every single round, if I was going under 10 minutes, that was it, game over. Fiona too young to have played 2 decades ago. I wish. I wish. I wish. Yeah, I'll have to think it through, but you're right that we very rarely get to play games without increment these days.
Chad is mad at me for implying that you're old, but I just want to say the reason I know Fiona's old
Because we've known each other
is
for a few decades. Uh, we've known each other a long time.
about 2 decades.
Xiller is asking, oh, is that supposed to be pronounced chiller? Who knows? Did you explain why this move was good? I wasn't paying attention.
Well,
So,
I think it's bad. So that's Fiona's area.
well, he did
Fiona
mention.
sees the green star and she's so happy. I see that we're not trading off all the pieces, and I'm like, feels like we
Well,
could
you,
have
you
killed
you
this.
yourself did explain a few things, right? We are connecting our rooks, so we don't need to worry about, when white takes on the 8 that we recapture with the queen. What was it about? Something about covering c5. What was that?
Yeah. Well, we were concerned potentially about this kind of thing. We have played through it like 4 times.
That is true. That is true.
So yeah, that's the significance of
No.
controlling that square.
But
Um,
I still don't understand why you mostly dislike it because you think b5 would have killed the game
yeah.
immediately instead. Mhm.
Well, and because after rook to e4, engine is suggesting bishop takes d5. I think this is the main cause for my concern. Because like if we have nothing better than bishop takes d5 here, that is depressing.
Okay,
To be
but it
fair,
is
now the engine is
it
suggesting
is
bishop f5, so maybe we're fine. But my
maybe
point
we
is,
can still get Jan Ludwig to come around to queen d6.
if bishop takes, you're just going into a situation where white has the two bishops, and I'm
Mm.
like, this is not a good scenario compared to trading off everything over here previously.
But the time situation. I feel I know, we always tell beginners in chess, like, don't play on your opponent's time. That's gonna be a big mistake in most cases. But here, I feel like Queen D6 keeps a bit more life in the position, right? Which is exactly why you don't like it. Um, but I feel it's an interesting gamble. Someone was asking in chat earlier, do you think the pressure of being hailed by many as the favorites is getting to Fabi? I don't think it is that pressure. I think it's just, it's the candidates tournament. This event only happens every 2 years. It's such a big deal. Winning the candidates tournament changes your life, basically, for a lot of people. So I think it's just normal that all the players, especially before the first game, or during the first game, will feel some pressure. Like it always takes a little bit of time to get into a tournament and to really find your footing. And if I'm a Fabi fan, I have to say I'm really really scared here for him with 14 minutes for 20 moves remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a fan, you're always going to be overly nervous in terms of you're faring the worst, but maybe that's just my bright outlook on life talking. I have a new consideration to make about this bishop. Oh,
Uh-huh.
he took. Okay, Hikaru's clearly not at the board. We're just going to make his move for him. So the idea here must be rook to e4, going after the pawn. And then, okay, so Fabi's just winning a pawn. Ah, but he's not winning a pawn. The queen comes in, attacks the rook, and attacks the pawn. Rook has to capture the bishop. We take this one.
So if he's not winning a pawn, is Fabi bailing out with this
Yeah,
move?
I think he's bailing out. Yeah, he's bailing out. Oof. Exciting game. Very well played by both players. Hikaru, I think, good start for him. I think he showed some really good play here, and I, I mean, I think despite Fabi playing the top move in basically every position, I still feel like Hikaru had some, like his position felt very comfortable at some point, which
I'm
is
sorry, Hammer. You crack me up when you do
to
this.
his
When you're like,
credit.
okay, this is gonna this is gonna be over. Let's get into the post-match analysis. Just send it and
Is
let's
this
see.
why they call me Jinxter?
No, surely not. And by the way, Hitman was asking if we have ever put pressure on our opponents when they were low on time by playing fast and it backfired. I don't remember a precise example right now, but I'm sure I must have. I think every chess player who's played a decent amount, especially, but it was more frequent, I would say, back in the day when there was no increment.
Usually I'm the one low on time, so it doesn't happen that often to me.
But you have punished plenty of people who tried to play against your time.
Oh, I would think so.
Hmm. So yeah, Hammer, you think we won't be seeing any more action here? Hikaru will take on d5.
Well, he will take here. Oh, Fabi's not taking the pawn because then, oh, oh, yeah, of course, Fabi's taking here because then he gets a bishop protected by a pawn pointing against the king. But I mean,
What if I go b?
we're controlling the open file.
What
We're
if I
not
go
losing
b5
this.
here?
Then you lose the game,
Oh, that's
apparently.
bad news.
Protecting, attacking, and still attacking this. It's not super clear why this is so good for white, but it does feel slightly
Scary.
awkward having the pawn making its way down the board.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pretty fortunate placement of the bishop.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
okay. This is so we need to postpone your post-match analysis. Actually,
Yeah.
that
So
move is a
take,
lot more venomous than we thought.
take, take. But we're controlling the open file. Like there are limits to how bad this could be. So g6 is good because then we're preparing king g7 just to step out
Hmm.
of this diagonal. Queen f3 is almost a given, but then rook e7 covers.
Yeah, I don't see
d3 because
Hikaru.
here that pawn was under attack. We're going to move the king up. Um, oh, apparently this pawn is in trouble. Okay, so maybe we go here first. Here. Damn it, this pawn ended up in trouble again. I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned. But
But he still has to play a few
yeah,
precise
maybe
moves.
one or two good moves.
Okay, while we I think Hikaru will take just a little bit of time here. Maybe we have the chance to quickly go through the two remaining games. In the women's tournament, we have had our first result as well, a draw between Divya Deshmukh and Anna Muzychuk. We
Here's the
start with
position.
Prague. Yeah.
Um,
I keep,
the pawn on d4 is in trouble. Prague is
because
intending pawn to b4, trying to undermine the defender, and then using his rook to capture here. So Anish is kind of busy trying to trap the knight, but while he's busy going after the knight, Prague may. Oh, actually, here the knight got trapped.
I was gonna ask you about this night the entire time. I can see the engine says white is better and all that, but I'm just constantly, again, tunnel vision on my knight on h7. I'm like, how am I getting that knight out of there?
Well, after king e7, which does threaten to immediately trap the knight, engine says h4.
Ah, so
So the knight
that's
gets
an
out.
idea behind bishop e1. Ah.
So maybe it's easier to get the knight out than it seems. And then if b6, I assume you go a5, b4, and you have this whole kind of collapsing pawns in the center.
Hmm.
Looks pretty good.
Looks very good.
Pragnananda. And Anisha's down to 13 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was good chances to draw for Anish when he was down a pawn. I'm usually the one advocating the extra pawn.
That is true. And finally, in Sindarov against Yasipenko.
Look at him go. He got that one bishop where we wanted it to go, and now he's rerouting his other bishop to point at the d4 square.
And look at Javakir's time.
Yeah, but like this seems miserable for white.
Both on position and on the clock, which is a serious double whammy.
I'm honestly amazed that the engines are not more in favor of black here.
Mm.
Because this bishop is tremendously annoying. And now this bishop is going to attack the thing that this knight is protecting. It feels like it's very much ready to collapse. Yeah,
Now
Yesipenko is
that
taking this one.
I'm starting to like your prediction, Mr. Hammer.
Yeah.
Okay, so looking good for Pragnananda against Anish Giri, and looking very good for Yesipenko against Sindarov. Hikaru has made a move. He has played bishop b4.
So he wants to get his bishop back into the fold. He also wants to be able to go pawn to a5. Pawn to a5. We saw a couple of times that pawn dropping off. So let's assume he plays a5 here. And then Fabi's going to play h5. We're going to play g6. And now the big question, can you play h6?
Mm-hmm.
And Engine says, kind of no. Because there's some pressure against some pawns. Hikaru's fine. He knows what he's doing. D3 and now G6, King G7. So now we don't have to be concerned about this H6 move because we're here in time with the king. Wait. Ooh, and then the bishop gets back to the E4 square. Oh, actually this strategically we need to be very cautious of. Because if Fabi gets control, eternal control of the E4 square, it's very easy for him to then start creating an attack against our king. So we need to make sure that we keep this pawn so that we can play pawn to F5 at some point in the future. Wow. Engine is giving rather significant advantage for Fabi now.
How did this happen so quickly?
Well, the white bishop is way better placed than the black bishop. But neither I nor Hikaru, based on the pace with which he's playing, really thought that was going to amount to anything. Yeah, no, actually, this is rather scary. And one of the main reasons it is scary is because Hikaru doesn't seem to kind of appreciate how tricky his position is.
Was a5? But
Jin doesn't like a5, but I don't feel like that was...
Just because it's ignoring what white is doing on the king side or what?
No, I don't know. It might be something about who's in time. Yeah, because here Hikaru's in time to make sure that this trade happens, and then it's a draw. But when he thought he had time to include a5, now after g6, rook e5, apparently you take and go rook h1. This doesn't seem very scary.
Does it not?
No.
But what if the queen comes into g4, c8? You know, if the
Rook
queen gets...
h4? Ah, that's clever. Oh, and even this one is potentially... And what if white had done this? So if we went here, here, here. So it puts a very high premium on controlling the H file. The engine would rather control here than control the mid. Oh, because we have the middle under control, of course. Okay, so I guess basically what happened is that Fabi's gaining control of the H file, and that's dangerous.
Is there nothing we can do to keep this H file closed?
Well, I mean, we can go h6, but then we have serious light squared weaknesses. Like we're never getting control of this square, which means if we're not controlling that square, we're not going to be controlling this square. And then Fabi's going to be able to put his bishop here and then push up. Feels like Hikaru should have taken a bit more time here, but at the same time, it was always more tricky than it kind of appeared. Because, okay, so I wanted to go here as quickly as possible, right? And this has the added benefit of after h4, you can play h5. So then you never have to be concerned about this whole pawn forward thing. But the problem we encountered here was that I guess maybe now you just lose this pawn. Yeah, I mean, there were some concerns about the a6 pawn, but maybe this pawn wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, right? Because you can always create some counterplay. And when Hikaru decided, okay, I'm going to move this bishop, prioritize the health of this pawn, now already there's an issue. Because now anytime we go g6, we cannot go h5 next because white is going to go h5 themselves. So here, we really wanted to build up g6, h5 to keep control over the light squares, the squares that the white bishop is attacking. But that would have meant potentially this a6 pawn would end in trouble in some variations.
But again, it's like hindsight. I think it's exactly what you were saying. I think it just played a bit too quickly, underestimated the chances that Fabi would get. And I think now after King G2, Hikaru realizes, that this isn't as easy as maybe he thought a few moves ago it was going to be. And I think he's going to spend a bit of time here. This is going to come as a small shock, I think, to him. And he's gonna have to work quite a bit now for the draw. It's still within drawing waters, but suddenly there is serious pressure and hammer. I think for us, it's our last chance to get a quick break in before
Let me just test one move.
Okay, let's
Okay.
do it.
Okay. Because I was thinking that maybe we can sack a pawn if
Yeah.
that means we get to trade off the rooks.
And the
But the
computer
engine
says
says no, this is a no-go. And I mean, if for no other reason than that you're not getting away from white's pressure. So we need to make this a little hut for our king, g6, king g7, but then the pawn is coming up, the pawn is going to trade, and there's going to be some uncomfortableness on the H file. Oh, but here we actually managed to prevent that by getting on the H file ourselves. So some accuracy needed from both parties, but if Fabi executes it in the right way, we are going to be unable to oppose a white rook along the edge of the board, which is causing, I would say, very serious problems. I think the computer is underestimating how much trouble Hikaru is in right now, which is, yeah, not the greatest thing to report.
We are gonna leave you guys for a second. I think this is really the moment where, Hikaru realizes he played the past couple of moves a bit too fast, and now he is under serious pressure, and he'll have to lock down, to lock in here to save this game. We'll be back very shortly. Also now a big chance of us getting a serious time scramble in this game. So we'll be back very shortly with the continuation of the coverage. Hello and welcome back to game one of the candidates tournament. Hikaru is black against Fabiano, and just before we went on a break, things took a not so great turn for Hikaru Hammer.
Yeah, Hikaru got himself under some serious pressure right now. I think his key mistake was that in this situation here, he did not play the move pawn to g6. What was important about this move is that after h4, you can go h5 and you can shut down any kind of pawn trades on the king side. The significance of that is becoming a bit more clear here as the game progresses, because now anytime Hikaru tries to play his pawn to g6, it will be met by h5 and the rook coming over here on the edge of the board to attack down against the king. Hikaru now bishop one step back. Hikaru is trying to keep everything protected. The bishop protects the pawn, bishop protects this pawn, and the back pawn protects the side pawn and the bishop as well. So Hikaru's keeping everything covered. But the long-term issue is that he doesn't have a plan for the future, and he kind of just has to sit here and wait as Fabiano makes progress with his pawns.
H5 is, of course, progress, and the question now, does Hikaru have to play H6 to stop that pawn in its track?
Yeah, I think h6 might be the prudent choice at this moment. We've seen how pawn to g6, rook h1, that this kind of pressure down the h file is quite seriously uncomfortable, difficult to deal with. So he might as well just go h6 and go for a very defensive but difficult to break through sort of setup.
So rook h1. Fabi has started playing a lot faster, and he's playing well. He's playing really well.
So Fabiano is aiming to get his rook to the f4 square. But he wants to make that happen without trading queens.
So what, queen f3?
Queen d1, I'm thinking. Just get the queen out of the way. You don't want to trade the queen. You might as well just tuck her.
Because you think that after queen f3, black can play queen f6 and not worry about...
Well, we just had the similar situation here, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
So here, Hikaru moved the queen up in the center. Fabi came in with a threat, and Hikaru just said, I'm willing to take on the doubled pawns as long as we get the queens traded off. Trading the queens here is the number one priority for Hikaru, and achieving that would make it very, very difficult for Fabi to have a breakthrough.
So, okay, let's look at queen d1.
Engine massively prefers queen f6. Don't really understand why it's so significant. I think it's because you need to have rook e5 next. So you need to be able to face rook h4 with rook e5 is my guess. So let's test that out. If rook h4, rook e5 is the only move. And the idea then, of course, being that you want to block with your rook. So
How
here you're fine.
straightforward do you
Yeah,
think
because
that
if
I
you manage to trade the rooks or if you manage to trade the queens, you're probably fine. But the combination of both the white rook and the white queen is what's making us nervous. There's a variation here, Fiona, where the engine says Hikaru should sacrifice his rook.
That looks like honestly a fun position to play with the queen coming to d4. Suddenly the rook, the white rook being out of play on h4. I think, you know, if you showed this position to Hikaru right now, he would snap your arm off to play this.
Yeah, because here at least he's making some threats.
Yeah.
Whereas right now he's just very passively having to defend. I will remind everyone though that Hikaru has a bit of a reputation as a defender. Ooh, he goes to e7.
So what's his idea after rook h4?
Now Hikaru doesn't have the rook e5 idea to kind of try and trade rooks with white's rook.
So what, rook h4
Well,
and
he must be intending
queen
queen e2,
e2.
right?
And you can just give up the pawn on
This is
d.
crazy. Engine recommends queen h1, followed by queen h3. Wow.
That is really crazy.
Apparently, this is a winning attack. The queen coming in here, the rook coming in here.
I still don't.
There's no chance Hikaru's going to see this, but maybe Fabi's not going to understand either. Ooh,
Okay,
but
Fabi didn't
that's,
play rook h4, which is that not good?
well, this is also good, right?
No.
Trying to kick the rook out of so that the rook no longer protects the queen. Yeah, this is also a good move.
Rook c8 played by Hikaru. But interesting that now the computer's saying now it gives up on this rook h4 idea and now it wants to bring the rook back to e1 to control the central file.
Yeah, but the rook still wants to go via e4 to f4. So it's still on the fourth rank thing. It's just it wants to kick the black pieces out before continuing with the main plan. Because if you just go back now, then Hikaru can go back, right? You're making no progress. So you need to first kick the queen so that the queen can no longer go queen e2. Then you go back with the bishop, and then you continue with this rook f4 idea.
How bad do you think this, do you think it's
Nah,
really,
I think
really?
it's dead lost. Part of the issue here is that it's so easy to play for Fabi. Like every move is so obvious to him.
It's still crazy to me how just a couple of moments of, you know, inattention of just doing your thing on the queen side, trying to block things up there can make such a big difference.
Yeah. And I think that's what happened in this game that Hikaru thought that when Fabi was going for this trade in the center with the bishop for the knight, I think Hikaru just thought, oh, Fabi hasn't really found anything, so he's
Mm.
just trading into a draw.
Mm.
And he took one move too long to realize that there were actually some serious positional considerations in the position that needed to be addressed.
Yeah, and that one move made all the difference. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's not looking good right now. Also,
It's not like it's one move, but it's a culmination of minor mistakes, right? And then when you make enough minor mistakes, they become very major.
I have to say, to me, it's still not so clear why this is so good. Like, why it's
Someone
winning.
was asking why is it good what Fabi did with pushing the pawn along the edge of the board, and why is that such a common theme? And here it's about cramping the king, and the king is lacking escape squares, essentially places to hide. The king wants to be on a dark square, but it also wants all its pawns to be on the light squares to oppose the light squared bishop. It was a major concession for Hikaru that he had to place two of his pawns on dark squares, because now he only has one single pawn to try and oppose this light squared bishop, which is causing so many problems.
Mm.
Okay, Hikaru now has to try and get a trade of the rooks. Okay, so rook d8, intending rook d7. But then queen e4
Suddenly, the
prevents
queen
rook
is
d7, because then it's checkmate.
also looking to come into h7.
Yeah.
But if you go queen f5 there, what if you had gone queen f5 immediately instead of queen e4? Wasn't that even stronger then?
Yeah, maybe. But now we're starting to approach the moment where even these endgames are good for white, which is kind of wild. Okay. It's not
This is
obvious.
winning for white.
No, this seems like a draw. But Engine is saying white is better here. It feels
Okay,
like
but
a
so
draw.
it means there is still a little bit of hope. What did Hikaru do after queen g4?
Put rook d8. Oh, yeah, now I remember why not queen f5, because if queen f5, then rook e8. So
Ah,
you want to go queen e4 first to
mm,
lure the king over here, and then queen f5.
yeah.
Was my thinking. Engine prefers queen f5 immediately.
Yeah,
Which,
but the follow-up is not very human of then playing rook h1 again.
yeah.
We need to hope that Fabi, with 3 minutes on the clock, will somehow not find the most accurate way forward here.
But the thing is, Fabi could even just go back and forth at this point. Just try and let the time progress for
Uh,
him to get the extra minutes on move 40.
yeah, someone is bringing up his game against Magnus, where he was also winning and ended up losing at freestyle, but that was unfortunately a whole different animal. It was a much more double-edged position here. There was no counterplay for Hikaru. There is no. It's a position where it's much easier to keep control, and he does exactly what you were suggesting, Hammer, and it looks.
Yeah, but now he has a difficult decision. 2 minutes 30. You can't decide that that's a winning endgame in 2 minutes 30.
But why would you like?
No, he has to back up, right?
He'll just drop the queen
He
back, right?
shouldn't
So,
make this big decision with only 2 minutes remaining. He may get a chance later on.
but I
No, but
think
this is very good for Hikaru, because Hikaru's suddenly Hikaru's actually threatening something.
oh.
So if the queen retreats, the rook can go on defense. Then the queen is attacking here,
Mhm.
and suddenly Fabi has to kind of make some considerations
Okay,
here.
okay. You
And that,
make a
because
good
the pawn on
point.
a4 is hanging, it makes it more tempting to trade. Okay, he didn't trade. I think trading would have been very good for us. That would have been best chance by far to survive.
Surely Hikaru now will play rook f8 quickly to at
So
least.
note that if rook e8, there's a trick with the queen
Mm,
sacrificing itself, creating a pin, to, which enables white to take the rook without the queen being allowed to recapture.
very nice.
So Hikaru needs to go rook f8. He should do so very quickly now, just to make sure that Fabi doesn't get too much time to. Oh, never mind. Rook f8. There's bishop c6. Yeah, so Fabi's gonna make move 40 without
Mm.
having to stress about the pawn.
But
Okay,
okay,
but
even
Engine
here,
is
is
not
there not
saying it's
some,
over.
yeah.
Yeah, it's seriously unpleasant, but
It's very unpleasant, but I think it's gonna be a long. Oof. Is that what we have to do?
yeah, but I mean, it's not the end of the world, I think. Okay, maybe this is. I was thinking maybe we can take back with the queen because we want to be able to put the pawn on f5 because the e4 square is so important to control. Yeah, I'm just playing around with some variations to kind of get a feel for the position. This is a fascinating, right? It's equal material, opposite colored bishops, but because black has all their pawns on the dark squares, black has no light squared control whatsoever.
Hmm.
And that's part of what's killing us. And then this pawn sacrifice is so nice, making the checkmate threat, then taking on a5, and now there's nothing stopping this pawn in the long run.
And
I mean, it's very textbook from Fabi from the point where he kind of realizes that I can make this work.
mm,
Okay,
and
I'm
rookie
kind of
five.
surprised he gave up this.
This was Fabi's 40th move. By the way, as we can see, the half hour has already been added. So what happens if we take?
Apparently, this is just checkmate.
With bishop
Oh,
e4.
we cannot get the queen back. That's clever. And then bishop e4 is the threat.
Okay, so that pawn cannot be captured. Yeah, Hikaru is just gonna have to sit and defend passive.
Imagine what we would have done to get the pawns on the light squares instead and the king up.
I know.
Okay, let's check in on some other games.
There is a very interesting time scramble. It's just looking very bad for Anish Giri. Quick look there, but they are almost on move 40, just one move to go. So I think the most interesting will be Sindarov against Yesipenko.
So Pragnananda is up a pawn, and now he has a pawn 3 steps from becoming a new queen. And wow, Sindarov is winning.
I don't know what has happened in this game, but a lot has happened.
Okay, Yesipenko voluntarily released the tension, allowing Sindarov to make a comeback of sorts, forced Yesipenko into sacrificing his rook. And now it's over for some reason.
If he
Damn
finds
it, I should
something.
have said 3.
I know. I knew you'd be. Well, now you've just gotta hope that Hikaru is
Yeah,
gonna
well, Hikaru
hold.
says it.
Even more
Yeah.
incentive. Even more incentive for
Oh
Hikaru to
wow.
move.
And now if queen here, it traps the rook, but after queen g6, even though the rook is trapped, it's a checkmate on the other
It's really
flank.
a beautiful finish.
Very nice finish. And and Sindarov is going to take the lead in this tournament together with Prague and Fabi potentially.
Things are a lot more peaceful in the women's tournament, where 3 games have already ended in a draw. Only Goryachkin and Lagno are still playing, but that's very likely to be a draw too. Meanwhile, in the open candidates, which we're focusing on, yeah, Hammer on paper right now, it looks like it could be 3 white wins today.
Oh, Yesipenko is going to be kicking himself about this.
Yeah.
Sindarov has been down to 5 minutes for several moves already. Like Yesipenko was the one spending more than 25 minutes on moves that got question marks by chess.com.
And now he's left with 1 minute and crumbs. He still has to make 8 moves. But yeah, he's just sitting there coming to terms that he's completely messed up this very, very promising position he had.
Oh, and after queen b7, you don't have to go queen g6. You can also go rook e8 with this checkmating idea.
Another very nice finish. Spoiled for choice.
Okay. He tries to create a counterattack against the white king. Not a bad choice by any means, but queen g6 is going to seal the deal.
And if the
As it
knight moves,
also puts pressure on
oh,
this
it like
bishop.
attacks the bishop too. Yeah. Uh. And what if queen g6 and then knight c6?
Ah, knight c6 is interesting, but unfortunately the rook sacrifices itself to avoid the attack.
Yep, that is convincing. And for Yesipenko, 50 seconds now. It's already becoming an almost a near impossibility to even make the 40 moves, but that's neither here nor there because he is dead lost. What a turnaround in this game, Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, in Hikaru's game, well, I guess not in Pragnananda's game. Prague has been good all the way. And Fabi's, I mean, I guess he's taken the chance that was presented to him, but oh, it felt like Hikaru was playing such a good game, which it makes it sting a little bit extra because he had done everything right for.
It's not over. It's not over yet, but
Well, to be fair, I treated it as if it was over earlier and it was gonna be a draw. So maybe my jinxing for the second
reverse
time is
jinx.
actually, yeah, just what the doctor ordered.
Rook, rook. What's happening here?
We're gonna stick with the final moves of
Yeah, let's
this
check.
Sindarov Yesipenko game because it's 20 seconds left for Sindarov, three
Yeah,
moves
I
to
hadn't even
make.
realized that he was also down 2 seconds. Okay, rook.
Is he not gonna make a move?
He needs to make 3 more moves.
I mean, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So now if
Because
the
now if
knight
the knight moves,
moves,
you have bishop e6.
trying to get this checkmate, then bishop check, check. I mean, it's checkmate somehow.
That will do.
C3, okay, 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. Check, check. Ah,
He's so professional.
what
He
a smart
is
guy.
so professional. Watch and learn, kids at home. If you ever play this time control with no increment, this is the way. to make sure you have plenty of time to figure out how you want to win the game. He repeats once to make it to move 40.
And
And
now he has all the time in the world to
to
figure out
enjoy
one
his
of the
position.
many winning
And
moves.
maybe another quick look at Prague before we return to Hikaru because they're the actually what's happening?
Computer is saying winning for
Yeah.
Prague. Sounds good for him, but I thought Rook End games were always a draw. So I'm going to need to double check this. Wow, is it because B5 you have A5? Yeah. The rook is protecting and attacking at the same time. The king is moving over to stop this guy. And then there's two passed pawns moving forward on separate sides of the board, which is going to be enough to win. Nicely
Tabans
done.
Tabans is saying, and we can go back to Hikaru, it's only first day of candidates and it's fireworks. Yeah, I mean, I thought that with all these young guns in the tournament, it would be even more volatile, but I did not see such a bloodbath on the first day coming. I did not see that coming. You, Hammer?
Um, I mean, I'm tempted to say yes. I will say this. When we interviewed Hikaru when he qualified from some of these tournaments he played, I asked him, and also during the showdown, whatever it was called, I asked. I thought it was a pretty interesting question. I asked, "Are you preparing particularly aggressive openings for this event because there's a higher than normal rating disparity between the participants?" And Hikaru said no, which is fair. But I think a guy like Pragnananda, he has said, like, with his opening choice today, he's like, I'm going to be preparing gambits. I'm going to play risky chess. I'm going to put it all on the line to try and get lots of wins. And that's how I'm gonna win this thing.
Mm.
I'm actually curious, who is Prague playing tomorrow? Prague is black against Vailly. Okay. Okay. You also have to pick your spots. Black against Vailly, that is
Is not
not
the
the game
spot.
to go crazy. But when he's playing Yesipenko, when he's playing Bluebound, I'm expecting him to play some very risky stuff, which can mean that he loses against some of the
Hammer
pre-tournament.
hasn't Hikaru made some progress while we were gone, bringing the bishop back from c5 into a more defensive position?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I mean, it still doesn't look fun, but if I weren't seeing the engine, I would understand like I'm in trouble, I'm worse, but would I necessarily think I'm losing? I don't know. Or do you think it's
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. This is going to be the longest game of the day, that's for sure.
I think by quite a margin. So what is our best defensive setup?
I feel like maybe we should go King H8 at some point.
Mhm,
Just having the option of going F5 at some point.
mhm. Also, what about, wait, what am I missing? If I go queen g5 now, you're gonna do something like queen d7 or what? Oh. And if I take? Uh, no. Okay, that's why we need king. No, king h8 wouldn't have changed anything. Never mind.
It's kind of cute. It
Yeah.
really illustrates why it's so problematic for the king to have these pawns on the dark squares. You're getting checkmated time and time again on the light squares.
Hammer, we have our first decisive result of the candidates tournament, and it is a win for Javakir Sindarov against Andrei Yesipenko. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I was going to say impressive win from him, but it was really not. But he held his cool in the important moments at a point when we thought he was getting clobbered on the board. A couple of bad decisions from Yesipenko. Sindarov was right there to take advantage and turned it around and on Andrei's time scramble. So Sindarov, we said ahead of time, he is one of our favorites beyond the old guys. Beyond the old guys, it's Sindarov and Pragnananda that we've been highlighting, and now it seems like the two youngsters
I have
are.
to say, for me, Sindarov was always. I recently, a couple of weeks ago, I saw some of our French friends, or was it just last week, in Brussels, Mr. Mazet and Libisevsky, and we were discussing the candidates. And I said, if I had to make a bet, I don't want to, go on Fabi and Hikaru. I think it's too. I said I would probably, if I had to make a bet, I would go with Sindarov. Like out of all the ones where you're not sure what to expect, he's the one that has impressed me the most. And I'm maybe
And it
it's
makes sense because you've been to all of these freestyle tournaments,
exactly,
right?
and
Where
he
he
and
has
it's
been a
exactly, and
very
I'm
big.
basing it not just on his play, but he's really impressed me also with how he is, and he's impressed me with how he's dealt with painful losses. He's impressed me with how he's seemed quite, he doesn't seem to get easily stressed, and I don't know him that well. I've just happened to have seen him at a lot of tournaments, and yeah, I've just found him to be very, very and very hungry as well very hungry on the chessboard. By the way, speaking of at the very
I
sorry,
thought we were doing it for comedic effect. I'm holding my pose.
I don't even know if we are back actually because nobody's laughing in chat. Oh, now we are back. Now we are back. Our apologies about that. If you saw, Hammer putting on a little performance, you were part of the lucky, the fast ones. Anyway, I was just saying that Nordibek Leptosatrov posted on his Instagram story a few days ago a photo of himself with Sindarov's, I think it's his brother or cousin who's part of his team, and was saying, good luck, bro, as he sent him off to Cyprus. So I think it's fair to assume that Nordibek is not part of the core team, but that they maybe even played some, training games that he was involved in some way or another. Anyway, it's a fantastic start to the tournament for young Sindarov, who must be the youngest player, surely, in the field at only 20 years old. How old is Prague? Prague is always such a tricky one because he's been around for so long. But
Is same
he's
age?
also 20. Okay, so Prague is August 10. And Sindarov is December. So Sindarov is the youngest participant in the field. Okay. Um,
Let's do a quick check of the endgame with said youngster, Pragnananda. Because he is currently thinking on a move where he can capture a free knight. And it is the only good move in the position. So I guess he's at the bathroom and I should not be calling attention to that. Let's move to Hikaru. And Fabi is threatening a checkmate.
So what do we do? Queen c8?
Queen c8 is a top computer choice. If Hikaru saves this, that is so
Honestly, I'm
sick.
I'm I'm getting a little bit of hope back because I see the eval bar in some lines, you know. Usually if we see 150, we're like, oh, this is fantastic. But when it's been higher and it goes down, it's like maybe there's some hope here yet.
Yeah, but you are right that the bishop has increased the protection for the king. Like
Mhm.
that whole spiel of the bishop protecting the king, I'm on board with that.
I'm glad. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the bishop just blocks the F file, which was the main way that white was putting pressure on that F7 point. Um, okay, so what you were saying, bishop F5 there?
Bishop f5, you have a check, right?
Bishop before queen c8. We repeat moves, shake hands, go home.
We wouldn't be opposed.
No. I see
So,
chat is also, some people are finding some confidence, maybe some never lost it. Um, Yeah, this isn't over yet. Do they get another 15 minutes after move 60? No, this is it. There will be no more additional time, but the players do now get a 30-second increment per move.
but that it is an important point that Hikaru should try to keep a rather good pace at the moment because yeah, if you end up having 15 minutes against five for Hikaru, then you know you can go back and forth, and at some point there's going to be a blunder. So very important that Hikaru tries to stay in front on time and not overthink these decisions. Where you know, according to the engine, every move is losing for Hikaru. So you might as well keep your time edge.
Hammer, can you show me? I see the computer suggesting rook e8, but I'm confused. What's the follow-up after queen f5? Oh, and the king makes a run for it.
The king is very safe now because the bishop is also protecting this pawn, so we don't feel too bad about going into the center anymore.
And now suddenly, now the eval bar has dropped
Yeah,
enough for me to suddenly feel very optimistic again
yeah,
about the
because now we're
possibility.
getting this guy. Because apparently, if here, yeah, the queen is stuck. Actually, the queen is stuck. Wow. So well, obviously Fabi's not going to go queen f5, but
So let's take a look. Rook e8 if he doesn't go queen f5.
engine wants rook here.
Which, do you see the idea behind rook f5?
Okay, this is a bit of an issue. That's a nice trick.
No, we can't allow that. So instead of rook e5.
Because now this rook is coming. So this is the disadvantage of having the bishop here to protect the king, is that now our queenside pawns are very vulnerable. So some sort of rook over here, pawn here, rook even here in the center is going to be annoying. But that was the price we pay for keeping our king safe. And then maybe if we can manage a trade and then get the bishop back to the c5 square, that would be optimal.
Mhm.
I'm seeing also variations here where Fabi just sacrifices his rook for a bishop, but he has unpleasantness against the general position of our king. So yeah, okay. He does go rook e8, queen f5. Come on, Fabi, do something silly for once.
Something nice.
Yeah, no, there's no chance Fabi goes queen f5, unfortunately.
Is is there another move other than queen? No, queen f5 is the one that's most tempting, right? In
Yeah,
terms
but
of
your opponent allows queen f5. Are you going to go queen f5? No. I mean, that's like the warning lights are flashing very prominently when your opponent says, you know what? I think I can allow you to make the move you want to do. And then you kind of realize I'm not getting anywhere. Rook f5 is the one we're concerned about, and especially since rook e5 is met by rook takes f6. Very, very good trick. And then if you take this one, pawn takes. This is also like very depressing that you just go straight into the pawn endgame, and the white king gets the central pawn.
Michael is asking how obvious is rook f5? Doesn't seem that obvious to me, but I'm not a GM.
I mean, alternately, I guess bishop d5. But right now, bishop d5 is not threatening anything because we have this bishop blockading the pressure. And also bishop d5, I would think maybe we could go rook e5. On maybe there's still this. So confused right now. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, that is such a sweet move. I thought this wasn't a problem because we're attacking the white queen, but the white rook by giving this check is because if we
Rook
go back,
d7 is a
then the queen,
sexy
yeah,
move, Hammer.
that's
That
very
is
nice. And if bishop moves back, then the queen escapes.
a stunner and a spanker in equal parts. Rook d7.
But actually, this is good news for Hikaru in some way because that means
That
bishop
it's not
d5
so.
looks more tempting.
No.
Never mind.
Never mind. Okay, but what if now
e7, I guess.
what if now queen c8?
The problem that is starting to occur right now is that Ifabi is just going to sack his rook in so many variations. And then this one is hanging, this one is hanging, this one is hanging, and that one.
This looks a bit like overkill.
I mean, we're happy to be up a rook. It's just that our rook is worthless in comparison to this amazing bishop protected by its own pawn pointing at our king. Impossible to chase out with any of the black pawns. Big difference maker. That is an MVP bishop. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. And now these other variations, right? With we try to trade queens. Just the sack. Oh, wait, here it doesn't like the sack.
What's the difference?
I'm having trouble understanding. Somehow we are just like perfectly placed to capture all of the white pawns. And then we have to make a draw down a pawn, but that seems manageable.
I mean, this would be the best position we've had in a very long time. Well, not actually not such a long time. Fur9 Physics, this is actually a perfect transition, is asking, Fiona, for which openings are you known for to be playing over the board? I think if you asked anyone what I'm known for, you would only ever get one answer, and that is the Grand Prix attack, which was employed by Pragnananda today. And let's go there, Hammer. We actually have seen this position on our analysis board a short while ago. And that rook that you were talking about on f6, both defending but also attacking, looking down at those pawns on the queen side. Even though all rook endings are known to be drawn, this one, it looks like Prague has fantastic winning chances.
Yeah, it's a very, very bad sign that the recommendation is rook to h3, because the only thing black has going for them is that the white king is unable to get up from the bottom rank. But if you have no better moves than moving the rook up, then the king can follow. And yeah, if the king manages to come forward to help the pawn, that is the game. Right now, it would appear that there are no better options. You can sit here and wait. You can sit and wait. And apparently, here the winning idea is to move the king over. Is that easy to understand?
King e7.
It's
I
not
mean,
the
at this
most
point,
difficult thing in the world, to be fair.
uh,
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward.
is it really?
Ah, king back is a draw.
I, you know, but I'm sure a player of Prague's caliber will be able to figure it out, but doesn't seem super, super straightforward to me.
Yeah. Who's spending time here?
I don't know.
Prague did spend 10 minutes going into this endgame. Somehow
But
he spent 9 minutes on this move.
yeah, but he was in the bathroom, as you were
You
saying.
think?
Yeah. It was move 41.
9 minutes?
Hammer,
But yeah,
when
I don't
nature
see what.
calls, who are you to question how long it's going to take?
Fair enough. My bad. Um, yeah. Okay. Let's go to Hikaru. I think there is a significantly greater probability of Hikaru saving it than Anish.
So Hikaru's still in the tank after rook f5.
Okay, but Queen C8, that's the one where we're cheering for, because for some reason here the sacrifice was not as effective as it was in other circumstances. On the other hand, if we go with the king first and then queen over here, then the sacrifice is completely killing us.
Honestly, I find it so hard to understand the differences of when the sacrifice is killing and when it's not.
Yeah, it seems to me that this placement of the king, it's unfortunate due to some checks from the queen, and the king would be better placed a bit closer to the edge to avoid some of those checks from the queen. And Hikaru's given away his time advantage as well.
But I think it's so hard to keep the edge on the clock when you're the defensive side, right? White's moves are always going to be so much easier to make. But queen c8, I'm still. Oh,
Sorry.
bless you.
Mm.
Bless, bless, bless. What's the difference? Did we discuss already the difference between queen c8 and queen d7?
Uh, Queen d7. No, we did not. But queen d7, then we don't have queen b8 after, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we cannot offer a queen trade. Which, to be fair, that queen trade was bad anyway. So I find it interesting that here, with after queen e6, the top choice is simply c5. So the engine is starting to see some future where capturing this a5 pawn and creating a monster on the edge is going to be the way to decide it. And here, like stuff like this, even the queen trade could be good enough because it's difficult to hold on to all of the pawns. But yeah, this one in particular is important.
Yeah, even, I mean, that's also wild to me that at some point Fabi can just go, yeah, I'll trade queens and play this endgame.
Well, I mean, might not be kind of like the best way to do things. It does feel like there's more hope here than in the previous stuff we've looked at.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the computer is giving
But
such
yeah,
a, but yeah, f5 traps. Yeah.
you kind of collapse all over the
Mm.
place at some point. Like even here, the rook is out to attack, and then suddenly the counter against the white king, the black king is the white king actually contributes in the attack. Opposite colored bishop positions in general are fascinating. This was a
Prime
very
example.
harsh
Mm.
lesson in never underestimate uh, the potential for attacks against the king, even when a position seems very, very innocent.
Yeah. Michael is asking, how bad is the rucksack on e4? Even if not now, it just feels like this bishop is killing us, guards the promotion square on 8, etc.
Yeah, no, this bishop is a monster.
Yeah.
But if we're going to take it, it needs to be at a time when the queen or rook cannot recapture. And well, let's just say there hasn't been any such occasion. Let's create one maybe. So if queen here, if we just say queen steps all the way back, bam, would we do that? Apparently not. But this would be kind of, if there's ever a point we should do that, that would be the
It,
moment.
yeah.
Okay, queen d7 played. Probably is going to go queen f4 pretty quickly. There's some flashy tactics here with rook to e5. And then if queen takes queen, then rook takes rook is checkmate. But like Fabi doesn't want to trade queens and Fabi doesn't want to trade rooks. So
We've
putting
been
the
back
queens
rank
and the
mated
rooks.
more times than I care to remember in your
Sure,
analysis.
but here with the queen going back, we're getting either the trade of the rooks or the trade of the queens. So it's not the way to go for white. Although I was thinking if rook back, then we can go rook e5 and get the trade. I was like, oh, we're guaranteeing ourselves the trade. But
And
then
once again,
once again, back rank checkmated.
by the way, the first round is officially over in the women's event where all 4 games have ended peacefully. And I don't even think that anything much happened in terms of balances being. It's not like anything. Maybe one missed chance for Goryachkina. Maybe later on we can check it out. But all games are over in the open. Prague. Well, we're still playing that endgame. What do you think? Do you think that endgame is gonna go on for a while? That rook endgame?
No, not really. The only thing that kind of extends that is how much Prague is thinking. Anish did do what the computer recommended, which was moving the rook back, but now it's just very free for the Indian to move his king up. He can even go with the king here to sacrifice the pawn, similar to how we saw earlier. Feels a bit unnecessary to do that here, but could do it. King up. Oh, is this something to be attentive to? Oh, is this a pawn race? It's not really a race, right? Because at any point you can just sack the rook. But here you might have drawing chances, actually. Unless you lose the rook instantly. You don't lose the rook instantly, but you lose both your pawns, which is kind of the same thing. Yeah, I think this is going to be fairly unproblematic for Pragnananda.
So Prague off to a great start, and Prague's game, unlike Sindarov's game, Prague was in control from the get-go, got a nice position out of the opening, and just yeah, brought his advantage. It's not done yet, but I have very little doubt he will get it done.
Okay,
So
back to Hikaru.
back to Hikaru we go.
Wow, Anish is actually forcing the white king even further up the board. Doesn't feel like the strategy that's going to save you, but I guess he wasn't really in a position with a lot of good choices. Back to Hikaru. No queen trade. And we're kind of just sitting here.
So if bishop d5, we have to.
Well, we
We go
cannot
back
go with the
check.
bishop back, right? Because then the sack is going to kill us.
Yeah. So
This
what do
we looked at earlier.
Rook f8?
Rook e7, I would think.
Rook e7, yeah, that does make more sense.
It's not clear that Fabi's making progress here.
No, not yet.
But maybe there's some like rook. Oh my gosh. Rook takes f7. Double exclam? Oh no. Oh wow. Okay. Nicely done. He
The computer
sacrifices
didn't
his
even
rook,
see
points
that.
in the bishop against the queen and king. I thought this wasn't an issue because we had rook e6, but Fabi has seen that after queen g4, there's no saving the rook with that major pin. And now the moves are coming in quickly. Hikaru moves the king out of the way. So Hikaru did succeed in trading the rooks, which was one of the things we were hoping to have happen. The problem is that he lost not just a pawn, but the only pawn that was on a light square. The black king has been completely undressed. There's no light square control whatsoever, and you're down a pawn. So while the trade of rooks was good, all the other things that came with it was not.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Black King will ever find a safe home anymore in this game. But
Honestly, safest place right now, Fiona.
like,
I'm not kidding.
gotta make a run for it.
Yeah, no, but then we would be kind of because here the bishop is pointing in towards the king, right? But here we would kind of the white pawns would be blocking the bishop's own influence. So if we could just magically teleport the king, we would be fine. Do you think that's a bit of a strong statement? Check this out.
Wait, how are you winning there for a second?
Well, because I'm leaving the bishop
Oh,
hanging.
okay. Yeah,
Okay,
and draw.
let me do it differently. Draw. I mean, there probably Hikaru is playing for a win. Oh, sorry. Right here,
Three
Hikaru's
pawns.
winning.
Life is good.
Yeah. So if we could just get that king over here, we would be fine. It's a bit of a tough ask. Oh, someone in chat said it's going to be 2 pawns down, and I was like, no, it's not. But I now see what they meant. Fabi's keeping his bishop safe. He's keeping the pawn over here safe. And he's making a threat against the d4 pawn. We're going to have to give a check and try and protect.
What happens if I play queen e5? That is a convincing answer once again. How are all your squares covered?
Yeah, but he has the pawns on the opposite color to his own bishop, you know?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to cover squares when you're controlling both the dark and the light ones. And Hikaru's struggle this and middle game really has been that he doesn't have his pawns on the light squares to combat the menacing bishop.
Okay, let's go back to the current position. So we give you a check on a8.
I guess the king moves.
And bishop
You're
f6.
threatening here, so you gotta protect, but then the queen comes here, attacks here. So you gotta go here.
And bishop c6.
Wow,
Bishop
and Jin is
d5.
even showing off with c5 and bishop back, but yeah, bishop c6. This seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no, unfortunately at this point, I think Fabio is just too good to, like, even if we don't lose that second pawn, like, I just don't see how we can hold it with that king on f8.
We need a trade of queens. No. It's the only thing that can save us.
That's a big ask. It's a very big ask. By the way, the other game, I think, I'm not sure why Anish has done what he has done, but he's given a few checks allowing the White King to step out of its first rank prison, and now it really should be fairly easy, I guess, for Prague, right?
Yeah, the only thing would be if somehow the king was unable to catch this pawn rushing forward.
Mhm.
But the thing is, the king can always get back. So,
But can't we also stop the pawn with our own rook, or are you afraid that then some endgames?
well, I don't want to
No, I
do
mean, first I
this.
want to take on a6 and then get behind.
I mean, I'm sure you can do that, but it feels
Even if I
unnecessary.
take now, is that endgame gonna...
Well, this is a draw, right? So it feels too close for comfort compared to what we had.
Yeah.
So here, maybe the pawns are far away from each other for it to be winning.
But I see what you mean. There is
It
no
feels
need to...
unnecessary.
Yeah.
He'll find a better way.
Hmm.
Okay, so Hikaru's going for the queen trade.
You know what, Hammer? I I still think it's going to be really hard, but I am with what you were saying earlier. I think this will be the longest game by far. I think it's not over. It's not gonna be over for a while, and because we don't want you guys to miss the rear end of this game, we are going to take a quick break now. If something crucial happens, we'll jump back in. And then we'll be back on the other side of this break for the remainder of this game. So we'll catch you very soon. Hello and welcome back to the Candidates Tournament. We are towards the end of round one, but unfortunately, it's not looking great for Hikaru, who I would say had a great, opening middle game. But then Hammer at some point, a moment of not being on his guard enough, and things took a bad turn very, very quickly.
Yeah, it feels harsh being punished for when you kind of already had survived the worst of it out of the opening, and in fact coped with Fabiano's preparation in a very convincing way. But that's how it goes. That's competitive chess. You gotta be attentive to potential dangers all the way. And I think what happened here was that Hikaru underestimated the long term strategic ideas that Fabiano had, and now here we are, 20 moves later. Actually, it's more like 35 moves later, and Fabi has won a pawn, but Hikaru managed to trade the rooks. And Hikaru has still this plan of trying to get the king up. I don't know if this is like a meme at this point or if that's a real thing. But if this king could kind of get out of this area where there are no black pawns and the bishop and queen kind of pointing in against it all the time, I feel like there could be some saving chances. Let me just do an experiment. If I okay, of course I. But if we just do this, like Engine is saying this is fine-ish for Hikaru. So I maintain that this is a valid strategy of trying to get the king out of danger, but also making some threats in against the white pawns. So we
If
just
you
need
if
five
you're
free
white,
moves.
how do you stop this from...
Um, well, I guess when the king comes to d6, you give a check here, maybe. Check here. I don't know. It's not entirely obvious how you stop it.
Mm.
And here, Engine is genuinely saying Queen A6 is the best move with the idea King C5, and you can check the king back. But if the best placement for the white queen is all the way out on the edge of the board just to prevent our king from escaping the dangerous territory, I feel like that's an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah. And Fabi, I mean, the fact that he is spending time, it shows us one thing is that it's not a straightforward win. Fabi hasn't figured out yet some plan in which to just wrap this game up. So that gives us some hope.
Chat is saying that if Fabi moves the bishop now, then King D6 is met by Queen D5, which is a reasonable argument. So, but then again, you move the bishop back, then we go for the queen trade, right?
Yeah.
And if the queen trade doesn't happen, we make our way forward. Okay, maybe not like
What
that,
did
but
you run into there?
well, there was some tricks because our bishop is poorly defended.
Wasn't there also, didn't you miss a mate? Oh no, sorry, never mind. Nope. Okay.
But just the fact that Fabi's taking his time here, I
Yeah.
think suggests that there is reason to
Now, can we
keep on
run?
hoping.
Let's go. King D6. Hmm,
I mean, apparently this is checkmate, but was
that
that
spoils.
obvious?
No.
It is
But
maybe.
once you see it, it spoils the fun a little bit.
Yeah. But Engine wants Queen D7 first. I don't fully understand the significance, but maybe then we can go run because now we're controlling this square and this square.
No. Okay.
Like if white just makes one little mistake and we get the king to
Mhm.
c5, then we got quite far, I think. Okay, he's going, trying to get away.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, that was that line with Bishop D1 in the end, which we thought wasn't straightforward, right? Oh,
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 oh my
hammer!
God, he allowed it.
Yeah, hammer, your king! It's coming! Your king is coming! King C5. Now we are actually making.
So this is interesting. After bishop f3, this would have been checkmate. With the bishop going back to the d1 square. But because the bishop only went one step back. Oh, sorry. There's no checkmate in sight.
Which is very good news.
Engine still says it's winning for white, but this is progress if I ever saw any. Okay, apparently this is checkmate as well.
Where is your checkmate?
Well, I don't know. I just see the engine going up and up and up.
And down.
Apparently, this is checkmate. I mean, I still go for it, right?
Yeah. But I. So where did. Okay, let's rewind a few moves. Where did this. So King
So if we
C5.
just follow the top choices, the computer just decides
That
that
you
it has,
misjudged.
yeah.
Do you think this is obvious that the queen has to go back?
Yeah, probably if we get here. Yeah, because you need to kind of retake control of the dark squares. And the only way of doing that is queen back. What's interesting is that if queen bishop f3, do you think the move is king c2 to prevent? It is.
Wow. That's beautiful,
Yeah,
actually.
because now the queen is unable to get into this area. So you kind of keep all these squares safe by avoiding the queen from getting back.
I'm curious what Hikaru is thinking about. He wants to make sure the king doesn't get in trouble if it goes up, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't really know how to balance that because like king c5 loses the game instantly. But isn't it still your best chance?
Yeah. But what do you mean it loses the game instantly?
Oh,
Because of
king
that
c.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is that line so much worse than... Well, we haven't looked at any alternatives yet, but...
I don't know. I say just go for this.
I would also go for this. And I think you will. I just think now, especially, we are at the point where both players have 10 minutes left on the clock. So
I mean, engine is popping up with some very sick variations here.
okay, that's a bit much.
Um, I mean,
Oh,
I don't think Fabi sees all of this
I have sad
automatically.
news.
He didn't go
Hikaru's
back.
gone back.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, technically, it's not a bad move or a bad, but it feels like he's putting a lot of faith in the fact that Fabi hasn't been able to show progress in this position. So he doesn't want to kind of give Fabi a
Mm.
freebie for attacking the king.
Which makes sense in a way.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I feel like from a practical point of view, with the clocks ticking down and everything,
Mm.
there's no chance Hikaru is holding this long term. So then maybe you take your chance and muddy the waters, try and run away.
I think that the other remaining game is in its very, very final moments as Prague's pawn is just one square away from queening. Anish has to stop the pawn either from behind or from the 8th rank.
And that's going to be
Game.
game over. Rook coming across to stop the checks. The pawn is helped to become a new queen by the king.
And if Anish tries rook c8 and... Oh, well.
Anish has resigned the game.
That is the game. Hammer, you get your 2 wins that you predicted. And we really, really
Really hope Hikaru
hope
holds
you're
this
gonna be right with your prediction.
for the two decisive games.
Yeah. But okay, let me ask you, has Fabi actually made any progress?
No.
Have we, and by we I mean you, found a way to make progress?
No.
Okay, that's good. No, that's a start.
No, I mean, as long as I mean, I would prefer Fabi being at 3 minutes, but there's yeah,
Oh,
it doesn't feel like there's anything instant.
Hammer. Sparrow is saying absolutely amazing broadcast, regardless of result. Thank you. Have to run, but I look forward to the rest. Thank you, Sparrow. Also, I saw your message. I haven't had time to get back yet, but thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed our coverage, and we'll see you again. Have a good one. And yeah, sorry, Hammer, you were saying.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a knockout blow for Fabi. And if there's something that's winning very kind of forcibly, it's gonna require a lot of nuance. Nuance, which at the moment I don't fully understand. And remember, Hikaru's always gonna have the chance. Well, maybe not always, but he may get the chance to run with the king again.
Mhm.
And it may be more tempting to do it when Fabi's low on time and will struggle to find the checkmating patterns.
I mean, for Fabio right now, it is time, right? He needs to start showing some plan of how he's gonna make progress. Um, and I could see, that the time ticking down is gonna make, the pressure grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's very frustrating in these spots. Of course, you understand you should be winning, but what do you even if okay, if we look at the engine, is it even clear from the engine what
No,
what the plan is? No.
which is good. It's a very good sign.
So right now what Fabi is doing, he's repeated a few times, just buying himself a bit more time, but he
Well,
also needs.
he's also kind of centralizing his queen, and he's disrupting some of the coordination in Black's pieces. Because right now Hikaru cannot move the queen without kind of allowing checks in from the side. Previously, Hikaru had his bishop on e5, which was kind of allowing his queen to just follow along on that diagonal. And if Hikaru retreats further now, there's a chance of him kind of just getting boxed in by the queen, and he's moving further away from where he kind of wants to go. Hikaru doesn't really have neutral moves to make here. And there's a chance that he just ends up in a situation where he voluntarily has to box in his own king in order to avoid losing the bishop. Smart maneuvering from Fabi. Yeah, and it kind of feels like it's almost a Zugzwang. Because like we cannot keep the queen. We want to keep the queen here to keep all of these things protected. Maybe we can go king e8. Yeah, no. We're getting boxed in, which is why we wanted to get the king out to begin with.
Yeah, very well played once again by Fabi. But of course, that is the main perk of this position is that as white you can just play a million moves as we saw as long as you don't allow the black king to run to c3 in favorable conditions. Other than that, there's no active plan for black. Black just has to sit passively, and as you showed, almost every move now leads to the king being boxed in further.
And Fabi has plenty of time. 9 minutes at this point is he's getting 30 extra seconds per move.
I mean, now we
He
also, sorry, go ahead.
he's very close to kind of like Hikaru just collapsing because, well, like we said, right? Every move is making Hikaru's position worse.
Yeah, and I think especially right now, this position that we're looking at, as you demonstrated, it's just really hard to find a move for Hikaru at all.
We could see something like Queen D6, check. And then if King goes back here, then Pawn C5 looks pretty good. The idea being that if Queen takes, it's checkmate. But if Pawn takes, you release the protection of this pawn on the side. And oh, that was an accident. And then this remaining pawn becomes impossible to deal with unless we make some sacrifice.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah, but even this is suddenly we're down 3 pawns.
Yeah, that's a bit too
As if it
much.
wasn't bad enough already.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tricky spot. Actually, we saw a move from Hikaru. What is it?
Oh, he does go bishop e5. Apparently, this is instantly losing.
That's the line you showed, right?
Yeah,
Bishop
but
G.
instead of going back here, he's gonna go back here. Ah, and now it actually is Zugzwang. Cannot move the king. You if you move the queen, then check and check. And if you move the bishop, this is checkmate.
Incredible.
So g4 isn't really needed. You can also just go king h2. It's the same thing. You have no moves as
It's
black.
very painful, but also quite a beautiful finish for Fabi if he finds it.
I wonder how much further you can take this. Can you just move the king here? Ah, no, because then Hikaru is able to put the queens up against one another. Okay, but Fabi messed up the move order. And by going f4 first, now this is no longer checkmate because the queen can intervene and then the queen can block. Still feels pretty bad, but there was an immediate win instead.
Oh, I'm so confused,
Oh,
Hammerest.
so
What?
sorry. Maximum time.
We've
Yeah.
got all the time in the world now, after all. Um, okay, so Fabi is taking a slower approach, and the evaluation has, in fact.
I mean, the top computer variation right now is suggesting a queen trade. But I suspect the more I let the engine analyze, the more it's going to realize it's hopeless. I don't understand how it says plus 2.5. It seems very, very low for the situation we have on the board, but I mean, we'll take it. We just need Fabi to get down to like 3 or 2 minutes. That's going to be That's going to be the situation where Fabi starts making serious game-changing mistakes.
Can Fabi somehow return to that Zugzwang? So if he goes bishop g6 now? No, right?
Well, now bishop g6, queen e6.
Mhm.
I think we have it under control. Best move, bishop e4. It doesn't really do anything. The thing is, like, you have to avoid like 5 different tricks on every move. And then at some point, there's just not going to be a trick you can avoid, even if you play it perfectly until then. Does bishop e4 block perpetuals? I guess that's what it's doing. Well, it also, I guess, set up the pin on the queen and king in the variation we saw.
There's
Okay,
a
he keeps making moves the engine really dislikes, Fiona.
yeah, because
And
now
now,
can we not actually force the trade? No?
now this is a draw.
Okay.
So now Fabi cannot take the engine is saying Fabi still
Okay.
wins with the queen trade.
Okay, show me the queen trade.
So you could do the queen trade here, but that would not be
But
great because then the
are
black
you
king
sure that that's
prevents.
winning?
No, this I don't think is winning.
Okay.
But that's why Fabi's going to give this check first. He's going to try to lure the queen back, then make the trade, and then move the king up because now the black king cannot move here. So previously, because the queen trade was on the e7 square, the king was able to stop the invasion.
You know, this entire time I was hoping we would manage to exchange queens, and now I'm like, okay, don't don't exchange queens, Fabi, please.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why Fabi played what he did, right?
Um,
So he's obviously setting up for the queen trade. So he'll probably go here because then if the king moves up, this is a sweet checkmate. Here, takes, king up. And here we kind of have to pick if we, so this pawn is very weak. We can run to defend that pawn just in time. But the problem is then the king goes to the other side.
and we'll
And
always
then
end up being
this
zugzwanged.
constellation collapses.
Oh no, we won't be zugzwanged, but white will play g4, g5, yeah, eventually.
I think so. Okay, here maybe we have survived. I was thinking this method should be good enough to win.
Looks very good indeed.
But he's thinking about it, which seems to suggest Fabi kind of feels like he made a mistake, maybe.
Or maybe, I mean, that would be the good explanation. The not so good explanation for us is that he's just double checking that endgame, right? Before the bishop ending, before entering that. Potentially. Five minutes for Fabi. What did you say? We want to see him under 2-3 minutes, right?
Yeah, 3 preferably.
Oh,
Okay, Hikaru's doing the trade instantly. Very interesting spot here because it feels tempting for Fabi to take with a pawn and build a 4 versus 2 on the king side. But if he takes with the king, then he's getting the king in like he wants.
Maybe the problem that we're facing is that maybe both are good enough, right?
Yeah. He does take with a pawn. Yeah, at least we can reroute the bishop now. Yeah, it's not looking good.
No.
We have to take this because if they take us, then there's two passers next to one another. So we have to take it to split up the pawns, but then
Is pushing not good enough?
this is clever. Just check the
Yeah.
king back. Yeah, no, he's good. Fabi's a good chess player. There's no doubting that.
Couple of people in the chat have been wondering why we didn't keep the queens on.
Because we felt it was hopeless. I don't know. I feel like Fabi could have provoked that trade at some point anyway. I think also Hikaru kind of wanted this trade to happen where Fabiano could be confused whether to take the pawn or the king. Turns out both of them were probably winning. And Fabi is still not under 3 minutes. He manages to stay like just with that little extra security of time, which takes away a
And
lot
all the
of the
fun for
swindling
us.
hope. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been, I mean, you mentioned earlier that there's been a particular sting to today's game if it ends up being a loss. And I agree because it felt like the early stages of the game felt like such a success, and then it felt like, okay, Hikaru can probably bail out whenever he wants, and then in fact we almost thought it was basically over. And then one little move, what was it, H4? And suddenly it's like, oh, hold on, this little pawn can cause.
Yeah, I mean, but the mistake was already allowing h4,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We should have been able to go h5 after h4, but yeah. In hindsight, I also wish he had played b5 instead of queen d6.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if Queen D6 was a more ambitious try, or if it was just a preparation of the B5. Dennis is asking for how long has this game been going on? It started um, uh,
2:45, right?
5.5.
So we're 5 minutes away from 5.5. One of the longer games we're gonna have
I think so
these
too. Yeah.
3 weeks, by the way. So plenty of chess ahead. And Hikaru had a couple of disappointing results 2 years ago as well. And then he struck back by beating Alireza. He beat Fabiano with the white pieces. So
Plus, we don't have to play Vidit.
there's that. Tomorrow's game is going to be against
Yes.
Yesipenko?
Penko. Yeah.
Very interesting one. Both Hikaru and Yesipenko lost today. But do you go all out already in round two?
But
Probably not.
he's black as well. If Hikaru gets a double black, let's not forget about that.
Yeah, you can still go crazy with the black pieces.
Sometimes it's almost easier, right? To, in a sense.
I'm not sure I agree.
Yeah.
No,
I was like, please, Hammer,
don't
don't
leave me
question
hanging.
that. Don't ask me what I meant.
If I had been
Yeah, that's
nice, I
what.
would have just said yes
Yeah, I
and
know.
let it
I
go.
was looking at you on the camera. I was like, come on, Hammer, just move on. Don't let me sit in my in my chair.
And your silly comment.
Yeah. These are saying I already feel like Hikaru has to go crazy to win tomorrow. Let's not
Nah,
forget this tournament is 14 rounds. 14 rounds
14
is
rounds. It's
a
so
lot
much.
of games. Yeah.
So much.
Okay, let me see. Is there any way Fabi can still mess this one up? What if he plays F5? I see F5 is not one of the top 3 computer choices.
Engine says
That might
chances for
be.
survival. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll take this. Oh, he did go F5. Question mark.
Yeah, but the engine has immediately
I don't
changed
know
it.
why he didn't go G5. That was what I was analyzing.
I got excited for a second, but even you changing the settings hasn't spared us from the bitter disappointment Stockfish could impart.
Well, to be fair, I did change the settings so that it would be show more disappointment. I felt like having a depth 18 in a very long-term end game was probably making the machine undervalue
Mm.
Fabi's chances.
Yeah, so the question mark can be discarded. Chances of winning in percentage. Well, for Hikaru, I would say 0.001 if Fabi, his phone rings.
You really think that 1 out of 10,000 times Fabi has a heart attack at this exact moment? Does that mean that you think Fabi's going to have a heart attack in the next 10 to 100,000 minutes?
Jesus, Summer.
I'm amazed that you still want to do commentary with. And to be fair, there I didn't even
Problem
quite
is you
catch
have a
myself
freaking
how
point as
harsh I
well.
was until it kind of.
The problem is that you have a freaking point. Like that's the worst part.
Well, I
But
mean,
I did actually say like obviously Fabi doesn't have a phone on him or something, but I think there are other reasons you could be
uh,
forfeited or lose
yeah,
or
yeah.
Cyprus something world events. You know? I will say I think that's also unlikely, but more likely than Fabi having a heart attack in the next 10,000 minutes. I didn't mean an actual attack. I just meant, power goes off. Some
Someone pulled the fire alarm.
Someone pulls the fire alarm. What else? What other? Can we not find a less controversial? What? What could happen? Fide something. Fide employee inadvertently blurts
Turns off
out.
the lights.
I don't know how that's gonna stop Fabi from winning one. Inadvertently shouts out engine line in close proximity to the players. I sometimes wondered what would happen in a scenario like that if someone neutral, like not at the, but somewhere, shouted out a computer line.
Please, for God's sakes, don't give anyone any ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Kramnik shows up, then who knows what could happen, you know? It's not all it's not all about worst case scenario. Yeah, this
Bobby
was
is down to 3 minutes.
1 minute to go and you'll have him where you want him, Hammer.
Yeah. I mean, bigger scandals than Fabi drawing this has happened.
Okay, someone in chat was just saying king f3 would be a draw, but didn't the king just...
Well, I think g5 is just winning instantly, no?
Oh wait, what am I? King f3 literally just drops the pawn and I read it. Yeah, I do nothing.
Well, you can't do nothing because then I take and I have two passers.
And then I
Yeah, you
take.
have to take. Okay, to be fair, I was thinking more along the lines of King D5 is winning here. Fiona, what the?
So
What?
h6 isn't winning because of king e6 or what? And
Ah, oh my God, you're a genius.
yeah. In fact, Hikaru can still win this.
There's a chance.
Maybe
But
we have
here,
to start to
King
believe again, just a
King
little
D5,
bit.
giving away two pawns in a row, allowing a third one to be captured. And that's how, yeah, I don't know. That was freaky.
That was really freaky. Um, so wait, King D. Okay, under 2 minutes, Hammer. Under 2 minutes for Fabi.
He must be calculating G5, right?
Yeah, but he might get spooked by that line. Even the best get spooked.
King
If,
D5 was pretty sick.
I mean, G5 or C5. Those,
C5 makes no sense.
what's the idea to bring the bishop to C4 somehow, I guess.
Well, the problem is this is still winning, right?
Yeah, exactly. 0.001 chance that Fabi forgets he has 90 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Roche. How could I forget about time? Time is obviously the number one thing that could
How many times have
accident.
you lost on time?
Yeah, I think zero actually.
Seriously? Wow.
I mean, in classical games with increment. But
Let's just
I
say I have lost on time more than once in positions where I have chances.
really,
Yeah.
I
It's not a good feeling.
But my brain also has which I think in general is a good thing, like it tends to forget a lot of the bad stuff that happens and focus on the memories of the good stuff. So I'm not ruling out, maybe even before, but I also don't play nearly as much anymore, and my memories from when I used to play are all blurred.
At least now Hikaru prevented G5. I
Okay,
don't
so
understand why Fabi didn't go G5 while he had the chance.
do you just take the pawn now, or?
I think so, but okay, Hikaru's just gonna sit here. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fiona! Oh, come on.
But you were still analyzing. I thought you had found something in your analysis. Wait.
F6 is on the board.
Oh my God. Wait. Where was the... Okay, he has to play King C7. Why King C7 to keep that?
Well, I mean, for sure he sees this.
Yeah.
That's a blockade. That's definitely a blockade. No.
Mm.
I mean, I have no idea why any of this is a mistake or not, but I'm just watching. I'm just watching the engine analysis with you guys.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
so why was this? So this was probably Fabi's intention, but then Hikaru could give the pawn and get back to defend.
I think he missed this F5. Probably both missed F5. Because F5 was the only. Mm. This is gonna hurt. This is really gonna hurt. Like when you get a chance at the last moment like that out of nowhere. And the truth is Hikaru is gonna be kicking himself because he had 3 minutes on the clock and
Yeah.
played King E7. Played King E7 in 0.1 second. Is that correct? No,
No.
no, no. But he played it very quickly. Oh, yeah. Of course, it's not obvious. If it was obvious, Hikaru wouldn't have gone wrong. But um, yeah, I think he will regret not spending more time on that decision. It's also, of course, for us here, we see the eval drop in the game. You think you've been fighting a losing fight for hours, and you don't have anyone, who shouts in excitement when suddenly a chance presents itself. But yeah, it doesn't take away from the fact that this is gonna be very, very painful when he finds out. And maybe he's in fact already already found out that he's losing now, but also maybe that King C7 could have helped.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean we don't see Hikaru, but from his time usage, I think it's even from the time usage we can see he's probably been just kicking himself
Yeah.
and understanding what he's done.
3 minutes, huh? That's what I said.
Is there any...
I mean, there's definitely still hope. But problem now is that all of these squares that the pawn needs to traverse is very well covered by the white pieces. In fact, Engine says the top choice here is just to allow white to move in and get a new queen, which is some of the most absurd things I've ever seen. There's just no stopping the pawn. And if we hadn't had this pawn, so here is one of those positions where Hikaru would be better off without this pawn on the board. Let me exemplify. So here, this position is a draw. This position is a win for white. Without the pawn, draw. With the pawn, win. So this pawn is actively taking away some of the defensive resources in Hikaru's position, because the bishop is unable to kind of aim at this pawn. And Hikaru has resigned.
Yeah, very, very painful and very painful end to the game. I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru realized, what he's done while the game was
I mean,
still
he clearly understood it
ongoing.
here, right?
Yeah,
He plays king e7 almost instantly, and then after king c6, he
that's
thinks
such
for
good.
all his remaining time.
Ah, that chance really came out of nowhere, Hammer, in the end.
So unexpected to me. At a
Yeah.
point where it seemed like Fabiano had it all together and all figured out, Bobby got just slightly under 3 minutes remaining, and that was enough to kind of, yeah, make him panic a little bit. This f6 move is not really something you want to be doing when you're very low on time, because either it's very good or it's very bad. And I'm surprised that he had kind of he had the intricacy of such moves in him when
Mm.
he here didn't play a very obviously good move in g5, because he didn't have to keep pushing. He could have gone g5 then king here, and now there's no stopping either of these pawns moving forward. So for him to make that breakthrough when he did, it was surprising timing from Fabi, and so close to Hikaru saving himself.
By the way, it does look like Hikaru will be joining us, so do not leave us just yet. But yeah, what a...
So here the only saving move is bishop back. But the point is, if the king goes back here to kind of try and help the pawn through these squares, then the king is not controlling the c7 square. If the king goes here, then you're standing in the way of your own pawn, so you kind of have to go to b7, but then the bishop is able to prevent the advance of the pawn.
And Wandering Bishop in chat has confirmed that Hikaru will be joining us, and then he will go make a recap, further confirming that Hikaru will recap all his games. So I have to say, Hammer, I couldn't do it. I'm
Yeah,
so...
no, I mean, I had no chance,
Yeah.
no chance. I mean, this is so devastating on so many. It was pretty devastating even before that final chance at the end. And with that final chance, it's like it's gonna wreck your it's gonna wreck your sleep for a couple of days, I would think.
Ah, three. So we did get three decisive games in the opening round of this candidates, which
We're getting some quotes here from Geek, and apparently Fabi has said that I thought if b5 it was just a draw, so that's what we were looking at here. Instead of queen to d6, b5 was something we were looking at, and I would say even expecting.
hmm.
And Hikaru asking king c7. Was it a draw in the end game all the way toward the end? After king c7, bishop g6, there's a question in chat.
Where are you
Um,
seeing these quotes, Hammer? Oh, no, I see
Someone
in
was
chat.
posting it in
Okay,
kick chat.
yeah,
My idea here was to go f5 just to open up for the bishop to stop the white pawn from advancing. There's some funniness here as well that if pawn takes, then suddenly it's black who's almost queening. And white actually have to be a bit careful about not letting the pawn run away. But as it turns out, apparently even this move is good,
yeah. Hmm.
which I don't really understand why. But I guess we saw in an early in the final position of the game, in fact, that it could sometimes be detrimental for Hikaru to have this pawn on the board. And that is why. Oh, that's actually an interesting point. Here, Fabi could have taken the pawn and then moved his king up, but he chose to move the king up immediately. So Fabi was attentive to this pawn being a detriment to Hikaru's position, and on purpose decided not to capture it, which worked out well, kind of in the final variation of the game, but there were other moments where he had miscalculated.
Yeah, I mean it will be interesting to hear Hikaru's thoughts on what happened from the opening stage, to hear in the end. I think from what Geek said, if he asks his Queen C7, um, I think he yeah, probably understood there was a good chance. And by now, these players usually they will check the game immediately, right? The first opportunity they
Well,
get.
what are your emotions on this? Do you think players should not check their games
I think
during
it,
a tournament?
no, I think it's very personal decision. Like I think everyone has to know
Do
themselves
you know
best.
anyone who doesn't check their own games?
I don't know anyone who doesn't, at least, like, maybe not in detail, right? I think a lot of people don't check it in detail, but I don't know anyone. I think it's hard to even escape it these days. Even if you didn't want to check, you have to go through interviews, you have to talk to people, and there's always gonna be someone who will say, "Oh my God, King C7 was a draw in the end," you know? I think it's so I think everyone will at least just,
Yeah, I
check.
was thinking more like our level more than Hikaru's.
Our level. Yeah, I think there will be, well, there is no such thing as our level, like we're a few levels apart. Um, yeah, I think there will be some outliers who will not want to know anything, but very few.
I don't know if people have the discipline to not check how their game was.
I think some people just love playing chess for the sake of the love of the game and don't care too much. Some people, I'm sure, don't even use engines. So I'm sure there are people who who don't want to know or who want to check or who just don't care.
Because I can see the argument that it can affect you negatively for kind of future in the tournament, but for me, it's kind of a okay, I checked it, it was bad, but now we move on kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you think there would be any benefit to you not finding out certain things after a game during a tournament?
I mean, if I lose, I know I played badly anyway. So maybe when I lose, it's like knowing that you were winning at three different points is adds to the frustration, but at the same time, if you lose, you're so frustrated, nothing can make it worse, right?
Hmm.
And then if you win, it can be useful to kind of be like, okay, I won, but I made some mistakes. I'm not. It depends on whether you kind of need to be I'm the king of the world, or if you want to try and have a bit more objectivity in your wins.
Oh. Um, okay.
All the chess grandmasters recommend to analyze your game as a very important part of learning. Well, not necessarily the same day as the game is played. But then again, you're not going to remember what you were thinking about during the game unless you make some notes um, on the same day. So in general, I would not recommend a deep dive, but I would recommend like noting what you were thinking during the game so that you can kind of um, have some idea about your thinking patterns if you work with a coach later on.
And unfortunately, it looks like we won't have Hikaru after all, but we think he's already working on his recap, so do keep an eye out on the YouTube channel. And Hammer, maybe we can quickly discuss the pairings for tomorrow. You already mentioned that Hikaru will be playing another player who lost today, that's Andrei Esipenko. That's gonna be a big one, both eager, of course, to get on the scoreboard. Esipenko will have white in that game. Elsewhere, Anish Giri, who lost to Prague today, will be playing against Fabi. So another interesting battle where Fabi, he will be feeling great after today, and he's gonna be thinking, maybe it's black, maybe even it's black. I can do something. Anish didn't get off to the best start. Then Wei will be white against Pragnananda, and finally, Sindarov will be white against Bluebaum. And I expect another eventful day like today, Hammer.
Yeah, Sindarov starting off with two whites. He's going to want to make the most of that. Hikaru, we would love to see him strike back immediately with a win. Yesipenko is going to be eager not to take too many risks, I suspect, based on how he blew the game today. On the other hand, Yesipenko kind of proved today that while he is a very good player, he can just have complete lapses of judgment and squander a very, very promising position. I'm hoping for a game similar to the one we saw today. Actually, I thought today was a really combative opening. Hikaru coped with Fabiano's prep very, very well. I want to see something similar for the game against Yesipenko and hopefully have well, like today, right? A game where all three results feel very possible.
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow, let's hope that is what we get. One thing about the candidates tournament, it's really easy about when you'll find us here, same place, same time, every single day. We'll keep you posted, of course, on the rest days, but the first 4 days will be here. First rest day is on Thursday. So thank you so much for watching today, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Bye.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end all be all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.